Firstly, a very happy Easter to everyone here at the circuit at Karting Genk, the home of champions, for finals day for round one of the 2023 season. The sunshine back with us once more. Alex Goldschmidt up in the commentary box as we are set to get underway with a very, very busy timetable over the course of the remainder of today. Yesterday we had 16 races comprising of 205 drivers from 24 different nations. The action was quite fast at times, very frantic in places, but we now are in that point where we're going to kickstart things off with the first of two second chance heats, with junior Rotax up first, then senior Rotax afterwards. In terms of the rankings or the day results from yesterday, Jacob Ashcroft and Albert Friend would be the top two in the Mini-Max class, joined by the likes of Felipe Perez, Denny Babacek and Lucas Dorder. Kasper Schurmans was top of the rankings in junior Rotax, ahead of the likes of Matera Denkovic and Kiko Fracassi, each of those drivers picking up a win. Also, with regards to Minimax, not only did Ashcroft take a victory, Friend did, and so did Cole Denham. Also, Armand Hamilton and Boluet showed good signs of consistency through their two respective heats yesterday. We've had a capacity grid of 72 drivers in senior Rotax this weekend, and there was quite a lot of action over the 6 heats. But after everything was confirmed, ratified, investigations were made, Ethan Jeff Hall picked up three successive victories, putting him at the top of the ranking after the heats. Maxence Bouvier showed very good consistency, along with Sean Butcher, with Kai Hunter and Austin Lee being at the sharp end of the field. Other drivers to look out for will be the likes of Paul Forquemin, Tommy van der Stoys, Lewis Gilbert, Teresa Babichkova, Kai Rilets and Jaden Teen and Rilets picked up a victory for Rilets, but 2 for Jaden Teen. But his second race was marred with engine problems, which didn't even see him complete the opening lap. It's been the charge of the young newcomers into DD2, with the likes of Enzo Bold, Tom Braken really being in the mix. Enzo Bold took a second and a victory yesterday that puts him at the top of the day one rankings. Patrick Knowles-Lockmelis from Latvia has also been there. Braken took pole position in qualifying, but then took the victory in the pre-final, but had a little bit of dramas of his own in the final that afternoon. Emil Zachmans is there, along with Ville Villainen, Maxim Didix, Martin Zianovskis, Victor Frostbay, Carl Gustav Borgard are a few names that also need to be looked at as well over the course of today's proceedings. Dennis Thum, head and shoulders above the rest of the field, closely followed by Nicolas Picot. Dennis Thum took pole position, then also went on to win both the pre-final and the final. Nikolai Christensen, who won the BNL kickoff just a month ago, didn't have the greatest qualifying result, but managed to make up for it in the racing. Michael Becker, who has been, I spoke to him this morning, and is actually running on a cracked chassis. So he's having to use that in preparation for next week's Euro Trophy, where he's already told me that a new chassis from Compkart will be on its way to him. Yannick Nielsen, Luca Filipponi have also showcased their skills, along with some of the usual names in the BNL karting series. So, for those watching on the live stream, thank you very much for joining us. And a big thank you to what we've nearly got is nearly 750 subscribers to the YouTube channel. Also, a big thank you to those that continue to follow us on social media, as we've got a new BNL Karting Series Instagram page, and also we're on TikTok as well. Very good morning to Luis Simon, also to Karol Stout watching from home. Thank you very much for joining us. Time to get things underway here on Easter Sunday. And first up, it's the second chance heat for junior Rotax. Here is your starting grid. Romeo Nazar and Zain El Homossani will be on the front row, with the Australian on pole position. Mika van der Parvet and Isaac Demelweek will be on row 2. Dave Stevens and Olivia Yonkers, row 3. Ollie Wise and Julian Kovacevic on row 4. Completing the top 10 is Jake Nenton and Joel Kaspar Joipura. Max Cuthbert and Mads Larsson round out row number 6. Row 7, it's Sinjepes Olmbol and Carlis Kirikovs. Viktor Väinänen and Johan Zlobinski round out the top 8 rows, with Matthias Jellerup, Bruno Perle, Hans Markus Narusk and Timothy Vladimirov rounding out the top 20. Glenn Schwellens, August Reber and Josephine Wunderhoff will round out the 23 starters, and Hughes Piquillon from France is a non-starter in this race. Drivers have now completed the sighting lap with 7 minutes plus an additional lap set on the timer. Once all drivers have crossed the start-finish line, which they have done now, the red lights have ignited on the starting gantry just in front of the start, just behind the start-finish line. So 1,360 metres is the length of the circuit here at Karting Genk. 12 turns in all, and it runs in a clockwise direction. 16 races yesterday, and today we will have a total of 14 races, plus also 2 additional qualifying sessions for DD2 and DD2 Masters. We always find that if there is not a significant amount of subscription to the respective classes, it will run on a like a double header, effectively. Qualifying in the morning, a pre-final, and then a final. But with the minis, juniors and seniors, it has been heats and then second chance. We will also have B finals for juniors and seniors today, where the top 3 in the respective B finals will also pick up a trophy. So Nazar on pole, El Homosani on the outside of the front row. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Second chance for juniors now gets going. Good start by the pole sitter as he leads the field into turns 1 and 2 for the opening time. Mika van der Paver is there in second position. El Homosani has fallen down a few positions but has managed to use the runoff area. But there has been an incident going through into turn 3. A couple of carts have gone rally crossing. And now Van der Paver looking up the inside of Nazar going through into turn number 6. Dave Stevens is also there. Van der Pavert's going to have the inside line, manages to get through. Top 6 will progress through into the top 36 stages as Romeo Nazar runs a little bit wide coming out of turn 7 as Van der Pavert and Stevens were up the inside of the Australian as they make their way out of turn number 9 through into Cafe Corner at turn 10. So Van der Pavert leads. Stevens in second. Looks like there's going to be an attempt for third place. And that change has been facilitated. Looks to be it's Isaac Demmelweek from Australia. Started on 4th position. A little bit of a slight error there from Jake Menton going into turn 2. A little bit of an attempt going through into turn number 3. That was from Zain El Homosani. Now that is not what is really meant to happen there. I think that was Jake Menton being given an assistance and ended up going wide, as it's 3 wide going into turn 7. Careful. Oh, dearie me. Another incident just happens there. Someone was sideways. Might have been Olivier Jonkers, not 100% sure. It is side by side, a little bit further towards the back end of the field, as the leaders still making their way through into turn number 12. Mika van der Pavert still leads the way. Dave Stevens in second. Demmelweek from Australia in third. 4th it is now Max Cuthbert. Jake Menton's now dropped out of the top 6 as a direct result of that incident. Olivier Jonkers and Zain El Homosani now round out the top 6. There's the 256 of Ollie Wise from the United Kingdom from KR Sport. 3 wide coming out of turn number 2. They all still made it through. Nicely judged by all 3 drivers. Now up the run towards turn number 6. The 202 of Mads Larsson and Matthias Jellerup. And the 229 are battling away. Oh, it's 1 to one side, 1 to the other. That's of the 205 from the UAE, August Reber. So 4 minutes and 22 seconds, plus an additional lap on the clock still to go. Van der Pavert still leads. The top 4 are starting to concertina a little bit. So Van der Pavert, Stevens, Demelweek and Cuthbert round out the top four. They were 1.15 seconds apart from each other. And now it's just over 8.5 tenths. Olivier Jonkers and Zain El Homossani now in the fringes of the danger zone. Romeo Nazar at the moment currently sitting in 7th position, and he's got Carlis Kirikovs and Ollie Wise not too far behind either. That's the battle for P7 on the road. And it was great to catch up with some of the Australians who are running with Stampex Motorsport, as there has been a double overtake. Romeo Nazar just trying to make sure he gets across the finish line at the end of this race. So drops from 7th to what will be 9th position. Ollie Wise now up into 8th place. There has been a change between the two Danes behind, as Yeller ahead of Larson now. And that was a nice move by Yeller going into turn number 9. Max Cuthbert looks up the inside of Isaac Demelweek from Australia, gets alongside, and now we'll get the side draft down the start-finish straight into turns number 1 and 2, and Cuthbert has made it through to 3rd place. 4 minutes down, 3 to go, plus an additional lap. So some good battling up and down the order. Bruno Perlo has dropped all the way down to 17th as August Raber, Jake Menton, Timothy Vladimirov and Glenn Schwillens have also increased their positioning in the grid. Julian Kovacevic from Germany now rounds out the top 20. And Cuthbert now sees the opportunity that is presented in front of him. Dave Stevens in 2nd. Van der Pavert still leads the way. About to complete lap number 5 of this race. Van der Pavert gets his head down. So at the moment, the provisional top 6 that we'll be going through, if it was to finish it as it is now, Mieke van der Pavert leads the way. Tay Stevens in 2nd. Max Cuthbert, Isaac Demelweek. Then we've got Olivier Jonkers and Zain El Homossani. El Homossani also has been selected by the UAE ASN to compete in this year's FIA Academy Trophy, which has quite a few competitors in it this year. Just under 1.5 minutes to go. And now Cuthbert is closing in on Stevens for that 2nd position. Won't chance it going through turn 12, but now we'll get the run out of the final corner. Lap number 6 completed. 1 minute and 13 seconds still remain on the timer. Cuthbert looks for the move, and now he sends it up the inside of the youngster from the Netherlands and gets through for P2. Fastest lap of the race at the moment is by the driver in 5th position, Olivier Jonkers of 56.403. And there is an attempt there, as that was Jonkers on Demelweek, and they both Jonkers was, I think, a bit too circumspect trying to go through, and El Homossani gets through on the pair of them, going through into turn number 8. So I think Jonkers might have just gone in a bit too deep, and Demelweek's had to avoid, but they still remain in the top 6 at the moment. Two more laps to go, including this one, as Van der Pavert still leads. Cuthbert is within 2 tenths of the 286 from the Netherlands. So Cuthbert will be gunning for the W, going for the win. Dave Stevens is a little bit further back, probably about to the tune of half a second, as the leaders make their way through turn 6 for what will be the penultimate time of this race. Timer has now officially expired. 1 more lap remains, and that's going to give maybe 2-3 chances at a push for Max Cuthbert to see if he can slingshot past. Now he goes for the move up the inside of Van der Pavert into the final corner as we head onto the last lap. A good move by Cuthbert, sent it early, made sure he committed and got the move done. However, if Van der Bavert stays with Cuthbert coming out of turn number 6 and onto the back straight on the Europolan, might have an opportunity to get back through to retake the race lead heading into the turn 7 chicane. Now, I think there has been a change. Yes, Ollie Wise has got past Olivier Jonkers for 6th position. So the Brit now hopefully will be looking to get through into the top 36 with the Junior Rotax Pre-Final taking place at 12:55 local time. But the checkered flag this time is being prepared, and Max Cuthbert from JJ Racing, representing the United Kingdom, puts the pedal to the metal out of the final corner, and he provisionally wins the Junior Rotax second chance heat ahead of the Netherlands' Mika van der Pavert. Tay Stevens makes it through. Zayn El Homosani in 4th. Great news for Australia. Isaac de Melweek will make it through provisionally, and so will Great Britain's Ollie Wise. Olivier Jonkers takes 7th. Galis Kirikovs in 8th. Matthias Jellerup and Mads Larsen round out the top 10. Johan Zlobinski, Glenn Schwillens, Sinja Onball, Jake Menton and Romeo Nazar round out the top 15. Bruno Perle, Hans Markus Narusk, Victor Veninen, Jol Kasper Joipera, August Raber, Josephine Vunderov, then we got Julian Kovacevic and Timothy Vladimirov are the last of the finishers, all making it around this circuit 9 times. And with the top 6 provisionally going through to the finals, the rest will have to battle it out for the victory in the B final later on. Now we go to the next second chance heat, and it's a capacity grid for senior Rotax. Let's have a look at the starting order. So starting from pole position, looks to be the only driver that might be on old tyres. It's Matthew Higgins from the UK. He's got Axel Goes from the Netherlands alongside on the front row. Montego Masson and Sim van Vliet on row 2. Adam Valsen, Jan Schultz, row 3. Spencer Broom and Matteo Pianizzola, row 4. Completing the top 10, it's Petra Babičková and Sverre Ubben. Kaz Boshaus and Andrea Kostic running at the top 12. Ragnar Simuland and Tonis Johannes Dominguez, that is row 7. Anton Morsing, Gussi van Gogh, Paul Hamburg, Benoit Tordima, Kor Korenik and Atyom Sestakovs ran at the top 20. Iva Anagnostiidis and Amanda Salonen, row 11, ahead of Stein Scholten, Rafael Jesus, Alexander Savinkov, Jack Webster, Frederick Zebis, Lawrence Herboz, Antoine Muller, and Romans Rodinovs, who complete the top 30. We're only going to have 35 drivers, as Elia Papasena has opted to non-start. Completing the grid is going to be Chloe Canard, Matthias Kroon, Tristan van Vliet, Simset, and Scott Westhovens. And I do have to give a birthday shout-out to Matthew Higgins' older sister, Lizzie. Many happy returns today. So the temperature is starting to increase in terms of the warmth I actually feel from the sun up above. So not as cloudy as yesterday. So should hopefully help with the evolution of the track over the course of the racing here today. So again, the time is set for another 7 minutes plus an additional lap. The rest of the field starting to get into formation at the tail end. Got to do this very, very rapidly indeed. So Higgins on pole position. Axel Goes alongside on the front row. They exit out of the final corner into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. Good start by Higgins. He leads the field, followed by Montego Masson into turns 1 and 2. And it's 2, 3, 4 wide at some points throughout the field. Yellow flags at Marshall post number 1. Someone has actually been off and was backwards and has just rejoined onto the circuit, but Higgins leads the way. Through onto the Europolanda are a couple of late lunges going into turn number 6, and there's also some squabbling for position heading into turn number 7. That's about who will proceed through into the top 36. The remainder will go into the B final a little bit later on this morning before the lunch break, but Higgins is leading. Marsen in second. Axel Goes rounds out the top 3. Then it's Adam Valster in the 382 representing the Netherlands. As now Montego Masson looks to go alongside Matthew Higgins down into turns 1 and 2. The German gets through before they hit the apex of turn 2. And nearly 3 abreast. Runoff areas nearly being driven onto by drivers as they carry a big old lick of speed going through. As now Axel Goes gets through on Matthew Higgins. Higgins in third position at the moment. Axel Goes towards the inside to take the defensive line into turn 7. And then Adam Valster up the inside of Matthew Higgins, and there is that was Adam Valster that's got through. There's Matteo Pianizzola on the back bumper of the man from Trafalgar in Wales. Jan Schultz from Israel is currently sitting in P6. So Marsen has a lead of 8 tenths over Goes. Then it's Valster, Pianizzola, Higgins, Schultz, Petra Babičková now up into 7th. Van Vliet, Ubben and Spencer Broom round out the top 10. Spencer started in 7th position. Another change for position. Pianizzola up the inside of Valster. A little bit further back there is the 365 of Sim van Vliet, who's been passed by Sverre Ubben. Now there is a train, the Pianizzola train happening. further change has happened behind Matthew Higgins as Petra Babičková has got through on Yarin Schultz from Israel. So changes are afoot. Looks like Yarin Schultz is losing places hand over fist. And it's 3 wide going into turn number 1. One of the drivers looks to be Fredrik Zebis. Was towards the inside of turns 1 and 2. But Montego Masson leading the way. Leaders now, well, there's a big old train, a lot of strategic attacks happening from these drivers to try and make sure that they can secure themselves a place in the top 36. So Montego Masson heads towards the final corner as we are about to complete lap number 4. We've just gone past the halfway point on the timer. His lead now extends to 1.1 seconds, but there is Matteo Pianezzola up the inside of the Dutch driver. Through into second position goes the 366. Adam Valster, Matthew Higgins and Petra Babičková round out the top 6 at this moment with 3 minutes to go. But then that quickly changes because Higgins just gets passed by Babičková through into turn number 6. Sverre Ubben is not too far away from the pair in front, so is on the fringes of maybe making it into the top 6. And now he looks for the move up the inside of the 364 of Higgins. Gets through at turn 9. So 2.5 minutes to go. We're about to complete lap number 5. And Antoine Marley down in 20th position at the moment has set the fastest lap of anybody. And behind Matthew Higgins, Yarin Schultz and Fredrik Zebis are battling away over 8th position. So if they keep on battling, that's going to give a little bit of breathing room to the 364. The biggest bone of contention is that if Higgins gets a chance to go through on Sverre Ubben into 6th place, will he keep a hold of that place? More importantly, with the fact that he's decided to go out on older tyres, which puts him in a slight disadvantage in terms of the pace. If he was on fresh rubber, I know for a fact they'd be lighting the timesheets up purple, but there has been a couple of carts coming together, one of which is the 396. As there is a change now, Adam Valster, all 3 wide, Petra Babičková gets through on Axel Goes, and Adam Valster, she keeps it pinned to the outside of turn 3. Great awareness from Babičková, and now that could open the floodgates. Sverre Ubben, as now Axel goes up the inside of Valster, and Valster gets a turn, Valster gets a turnaround by Sverre Ubben, who I think maybe had nowhere to go. Axel Goes centred up the inside. Ubben and Higgins were right with them. And now that has changed everything. So the 396 was either Anagnosiadis, unfortunately involved in that, and I think it was Artyom Sestakovs that was the other party. They've dropped to the bottom of the order. 2 more laps to go, including this one. We're on to lap number 8 out of 9, and your top 6 at the moment. It's Masson, Pianezzola, Babičková, Goes, Ubben and Higgins, and that is a drama for, oh my goodness, Nate, now what on earth has happened there? That is for Fredrik Zebis, who was closing in on Matthew Higgins for 6th position, and for some reason the Dane went wide going into turn number 2. I think was trying to mount an offensive onto Higgins, and yeah, caught the rear of Higgins. Higgins managed to keep out of harm's way. Now Higgins has Yori Schoens behind him. And that's the battle for 6th position. There's also, it's going to be Yarin Schultz and Kaz Boshaus that are behind Matthew Higgins as we go on to the final lap of the race. 5-second time penalty going to the 3-4-3 of Gussie van Gorp. As Sverre Ubben looking to close in on Axel Goes. Matthew Higgins defending. from Jarin Schultz. He's got just over 2/3 of a lap to do so. But Montego Masson is away and clear. And Higgins goes defensive on Jarin Schultz, who gives him a little bit of an assist from behind through into the braking zone into turn number 7 to unsettle the 364 from Strawberry Racing. Leaders now making their way through towards the final part of the circuit as Montego Masson is one corner away from picking up the victory in the second chance heat. And it's the 394 that does so, takes the victory. Pianicola, Babichkova, goes, Ubben and Higgins will be the top 6 provisionally going through, with Montego Masson winning by just over 0.6 of a second. Jarin Schultz was only 1.5 away from getting through into the top 6. Kaz Boshouse, Siam Van Vliet and Lawrence Herbos ran out the top 10. Spencer Brougham, Rafael Jesus, Gussie Van Gogh, who will get a 5-second time penalty, provisionally finishes in 13th. Antoine Mahler, Frederick Zebis, Tonis Johannes Dominguez, Jack Webster, Adam Valster, Alexander Savinkov and Ragnar Simuland ran out the top 20. Chloe Canard, Kao Korenik, Andrea Kostic, Matthias Krohn, Benoit Tordima, Stein Scholtens, Scott Westhovens, Anton Morsing, Amanda Salonen, Paul Hamburg, Romans Rodinovs, Simsep, Tristan Van Vliet, Iva Anagnostiidis and Atyoms Sestakovs, finishing a lap down with Elia Papasina, a non-starter. So we now go on to the penultimate session of qualifying for the race weekend. And the green flag has already waved about 20 seconds ago for the DD2 drivers who will be going out I would assume very, very shortly who's going to be the first to blink. There are a couple of drivers, one of which is Mats-Johan Overhoff, who gets a traffic jam in front of him, also including likes of Enzo Boulogne. First driver who is making their way out onto the circuit is the 437. Denmark's Carl Gustav Borgaard. There's a few more drivers just waiting for those to go through. So, 5-minute quick-fire qualifying session to decide the grid for the pre-final, and then the results for the final will be determined by the official results of the pre-final. So yesterday, Tom Bracken was the driver that put it on pole in the qualifying session, but it was Enzo Bold that finished second in the pre-final and won the final to take the overall points lead. Now, that's not what needs to happen in qualifying, because the 406, and that's Jori Klebo, son of Carl, who's running in DD2 Masters, up next for time qualifying. Someone, I think, might have missed their braking point inadvertently. So now all that effort of trying to get temperature into the tyres and into the brakes has really sort of, all that work has been dissipated. So Jordi Westerleken is the first one to put a real benchmark down. So is Kane Cherian. The pair are about 16 thousandths adrift. 57.658 was the time set by Westerleken. Might have been, I'm not too sure who might have been caught. Might have been Jules Cousin possibly, but didn't really catch an eye on what happened there as the second driver that was involved, but the times should decrease as we hit half time in the session. Victor Frostbay goes top the times, 54.339 for the 411. But then Tom Bracken instantly on his second lap goes into the high 53.9s, 53.968. At the moment, Marcelo Vigna-Parhord, who rounds out the top 17, means that they are covered by just under 1.1 seconds. Maxime Didix needs to move his backside a little bit faster in that cart of his, because he's currently sitting in 20th position, 2.8 seconds off of the pole time set by Bracken thus far, but there is still time for him to get a little bit more grip, get a little bit more purchase on the circuit. As now it's the Dane train that is happening, because they are now swapping positions. Teresa Babišková goes up to third, Enzo Bold goes second, but Tom Bracken again has responded and has put in a 53.595. So can he do a successive pole position in as many days? We will find out very, very shortly in the next minute or two. Maxime Didix must have heard me, because he's just gone 9th quickest. That was on a 54.002. But with the top three covered by 3 1,000 shy of a tenth and a half, it's anyone's guess. But the Danes are working together. Frostbay and Borgaard doing their level best. Frostbay improves in terms of time, but not in position. Slower lap from Carl Gustav Borgaard on that particular occasion, as Babišková goes even quicker still. She's within 0.122 of Bracken's pole position time at the moment, as we have coming up to just 15 seconds on the timer remaining. So timer is counting down. 3, 2, 1, 0. Checkered flag will be out this time for the session. And Tom Bracken at the moment still holds on by a finger thread right now, because it's 76 thousandths between him and Enzo Bold. Tom Bracken goes quicker again this time, 53.515, improves by well over a tenth and a half. Enzo Bol will remain in second, waiting for the likes of Patrick Snolls-Lockmellis and a few others. Well, Imke Arts will be 14th. So the last few drivers coming across the line. But Tom Bracken looks to have done the double in terms of pole positions acquired this season. So 2 for 2 as Tom Bracken takes pole. And it's going to be exactly the same lineup on the front row of the grid provisionally for the pre-final as his teammates from the Netherlands, Enzo Bol, and a high five by both drivers as they enter into the pit lane and go through the respective weighbridge and scrutineering post-session checks. So Tom Bracken takes pole, Enzo Bol in second, Teresa Babičková, Ville Viljinen and Patrick Snolls-Lockmellis rounding at the top 5, covered by just under 3.5 tenths. Very close indeed with the remainder of the top 10 who were covered by 0.421. So you had Victor Frostbay, Carl Gustav Borgard, Maxime Dirix goes 8th at the end, Kylian Gerhardt and Jules Cousin round out the top 10. And it's Martins Janowskis and Emils Akmans ahead of Lucas Bernot, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Imke Arts, Nicolas Guillaume, Kane Cherian, Enzo Boulogne, Mats Johan Overhoff and Marcelo Vignaparod round out the top 20 with Jori Klebo, Jori Westerlaken, Nicky Pedersen and Kian de Brandt rounding at the 24 strong, covered by just a fraction over 1 second after their final qualifying session of the weekend. Now it's time for the last qualifying session of the weekend as DD2 Masters will go out around this 1,360 metre circuit to put in their best lap time possible. Yesterday it was Dennis Toom who not only took pole position but also won both races yesterday. So effectively has put in a perfect score so far in the opening day of the competition. So a few drivers have already made their way out onto the circuit, which includes the likes of Andreas Neumann, Leonard Schreiber, Dmitry Ostrovsky, Thomas Piat, Dominic Hummels, Joris Salaitis, Timo Hau, Christoph Adams, Michael Becker, who's running on a not 100% chassis, let's say. So some of the banker laps starting to come in, and the fastest of them so far is Dominic Hummels. Well, it was until Joris Salaitis goes in with a 59.8. So waiting for a few other drivers such as Christoph Adams, Nikolai Christensen. Michael Becker puts in the first sort of real reflective fast lap time of 57.379. Quite a considerable gap ahead of Nikolai Christensen, who just put in a 58.9, but Thomas Piat now goes in first driver to break into the 54s. 54.916 seconds. And then Becker has responded accordingly and has gone quickest of all, 54.471, despite having a cracked chassis. That's pretty good for the 526. He said, oh yeah, it just was a bit of a disaster yesterday because the fact that having this cracked chassis meant I have to keep my wits about me, have to sort of hope that nothing untoward happens because I don't want to ruin the weekend. Nicolas Picot, though, on cue now puts in the fastest lap, responds to Dennis Toom's 54.2, puts in a 54.023, does the Frenchman. 1 minute and 45 still to go on the timer. Top 10 rounded out by France's Christophe Capitain in the 5.99, are covered by just under half a second. Once again, Dennis Toom responds accordingly, 53.865. From the number 517 representing Germany. We're into the final 60 seconds. So if drivers get themselves across the line in about the next 40 seconds, they'll have another chance at another lap. Michael Becker seems to be running a little bit better in clear air as opposed to being in the dirty air of the drivers in front. He's just gone and put in his personal best, a 54.023. Carl Clebor is behind Nikolai Christensen. Clebor has just put in his best effort of a 54.212 ahead of Luca Filipponi, Christophe Capitain, Dmitry Ostrovsky, and well, it's all changing because Yannick Nielsen has just dumped Dominic Hummels out of the top 10 into 11th. And that is it for the session. Thomas Pitt is going to be the first to cross. Well, it was Ostrovsky that crossed the line first. Pitt stays in 4th. Schreiber 14th. Neumann 15th. Zalaitis in 17th. Dennis Thum has set the fastest lap of anybody once again in this session. Becker crosses the line, stays in 5th place. There's still a few more drivers at racing speed who will try, and if they know that they have a good feeling in the kart and themselves, they might improve on lap time. Christensen crosses the line, stays 3rd. Dennis Thum does not improve but stays on provisional pole. Picot crosses the line, does not improve. We've got one more driver still to go. Well, it is Dmitry Ostrovsky, I think, who's just gone across the line. But it's Dennis Thum who does exactly the same as Tom Bracken in DD2. Pole position for the 2nd day in a row. Nicolas Picot, Nikolai Christensen, Thomas Piot and Michael Becker round at the top 5. Carl Klebor, Luca Filipponi, Yannick Nielsen, Christophe Capitan and Dmitry Ostrovsky round at the top 10. Christoph Adams in 11th, Igor Mukin, Dominic Hummels, Timo Haug, Leonard Schreiber, Andreas Neumann, and Juris Salaitis round out the 17 strong, all covered by just over 1.1 seconds after their qualifying session this morning. Now we get underway with the first of our B finals, and it's Junior Rotax up first. Let's take you through the starting grid. So these drivers did take part in the second chance heat, but did not proceed to the top 36. So it is going to be Mads Larsen and Johan Zlobinski on the front row. Sinja Onball and Olivier Jonkers on row 2. Matthias Jellerup and Bruno Perle rounding out the top 3 rows. Completing the top 10, Hans Markus Narusk, Vitti Väinänen, Glenn Schwillens and Jake Menton. Romeo Naza will start from 11th. Alongside will be Denmark's Josephine Wunderhoff. Then we've got Julian Kovacevic, Jor Kaspar Joipere, August Reber, Timothy Vladimirov. Zain El Homosani will start from the back of the grid because of the fact he was excluded for a technical non-conformity post the second chance heat. So he did not proceed through to the top 36, but he will be back in action for the Euro Trophy next week. Drivers will now be going on to their official formation lap ahead of 13 minutes, plus an additional lap of racing here at the Home of Champions. And the top 3 will be getting a trophy to take with them at the end of this race weekend. So instead of 7 minutes plus a lap like we saw with the second chance heats and also the heats yesterday, will be 13 minutes plus an additional lap as the time on the clock. So a total of 17 drivers will compete for a position on the podium. So Larsen and Zlobinski on the front row. Drivers make their way out of the final corner. Good pickup for speed as the revs start to build. Are we ready? Are we steady? The Junior Rotax B final is underway. Someone was 4 wheels out of the tram lines in the start phase as the drivers make their way through into turn numbers 1 and 2 for the opening time. A little bit of side-by-side action. Zain El Homosani's already made up at least 3 places on the start, maybe even make that probably 4 or 5 as they head through into turn number 6 for the opening time. There's quite a few just trying to send it through into turn 7. You need to be a bit more careful heading into that particular chicane on the circuit. It's a hefty braking zone. You've got to really scrub off a lot of speed as the drivers make their way through turn 10. So we are about to complete lap number 1. There has been an exchange and a change for third place. Just gone the way of one driver. So Mads Larsen, Johan Zlobinski, it's Matthias Jellerup that now is in 3rd position. Glenn Schwillens, Sinja Onball. There is a bit of fisticuffs happening, so to speak, through turns 3 and 4. Someone walloping the curbs. Drivers make their way through turn 6 once again. Glenn Schwillens has dropped at least a position or 2. Maybe down to as low as... Oh, and that's not what you want there. There's a little bit of an incident. And that was for the 257 of Zlobinski, who waits to rejoin. Having a little bit of a touch and assist from behind, courtesy of Mads Larsen. So, someone's got off the circuit, and their front axle went skywards. That was the 287 of Vladimirov from the Ukraine. And now Zlobinski's about to get past very, very shortly. But Mads Larsen leads the way. Second, it's Sinja Onball. Kovacevic is in 3rd. Jonkers, Schwillens, Jellerup, Bruno Perle and Romeo Naza round out the top 8. Hans Markus Narusk and Jor Kaspar Joipere, the 2 Estonians rounding out the back of the top 10, as it was side by side. There's a bit of a late move through into turn number 6. That might have been by Matthias Jellerup on Glenn Schwillens. Schwillens retakes 5th position. August Reber is the fastest driver out there, 58.689 seconds. for the Emirati driver. Currently sitting in 11th position ahead of Zayn El Homosani. There's a quintet going into turn number 10. That was a little bit of a run wide by one of the drivers. And that would have been the 255 of Nurusk from Estonia. And now a battle for the race lead. Ornbol up the inside of Larson, and Larson gets the switch back. Yonkers still holding on to third place ahead of Kovacevic from Germany. Schwillen's a little bit further adrift and has got Yadorus breathing down the back of his race overalls. The field is quickly tightening up. Yadorus gets through on Schwillen's. There's Bruno Perla just behind the Dutch driver in 7th place. Top 10 covered by just over 2.86 seconds after 3 laps of racing. But Larson looks to extend that advantage going on to lap number 5 very shortly, as we have 9 minutes and a quarter, plus an additional lap still to go in this Junior Rotax B final. Top 3 will get trophies at the end of today. And keeping an eye on Zayn El Homosani, he's making up some places. He's up now into 11th position. Started at the back end of the grid, as Olivier Yonkers now joins the fight for the race lead. Right on the back bumper of looks to be Larson, going through into turns 4, 5 and 6. Move up the inside. That was the 250, well, that was the, I'm not too sure if that was the 257 of Slabinski there, but all making their way. Some bunny hopping over the curbs through into turn 7. So Kovacevic and Yeller drawing the fray for the race lead, which at the moment is being held onto by Ornbol at this time. 202 leads a Danish 1-2 at the moment, but that might change because Olivier Yonkers now takes the race lead. Larson through for 2nd. Kovacevic looking for 3rd place, goes side by side with the Dane into turns 1 and 2. The German has the inside line, gets through. A little bit of a tussle between the 2 leaders. It's 2 wide. Kovacevic up the inside of Larson. They bang wheels. And Yellerup has now gotten up into 4th position. Now looks for 3rd up the inside of Larson. Gets through at turn 6. And now, with the way that the accordion effect has started to provide its dominant grip over the field, they're all concertinaing. As Romeo Nazar looked up the inside of Glenn Schwillens. Through into turn 7. The Aussie has to hold back and wait for his next opportunity to get through. As Zayn El Homosani makes up at least a couple of positions. He gets a little wheel touch on his right side pod. And more bumping and boring. I mean, Josephine Wunderhoff, I think, was looking a bit feisty there. She looks up the inside and gets through on Zayn El Homosani. Will El Homosani get the cut back? Not quite. Nearly at the halfway point of this race. And Olivier Yonkers now has a nearly half-second advantage as Wunderhoff makes an absolute howler at the exit of turn number 2. Yonkers leads, Kovacevic in 2nd. Jerrup from Denmark now rounds out the top 3. So now at the half-time points of the counter, ticking down to 0. And Josephine Wunderhoff has a slight problem. The cart bogs down all of a sudden. Once again, losing some places there. So that was a bit of a, well, I just spotted the fact that there's been a change for 2nd. Yellerup past Kovacevic. El Homosani was being, I think, slightly forced wide coming out of the final corner by Jake Menton as they exited out of turn number 12 and then went on to the start-finish straight. Bit of a late lunge there. That was for one of the drivers. Didn't really pick out the number. Did have a 7 at the back of it. I think I might be hearing a slightly noisy exhaust. I'm not 100% sure. I'll wait to see. There is a cart, possibly with a noisy exhaust. Wait to see as the field comes round through turn number 11. And that's Zain El Homossani pulling into the pits. It was him. Oh, well, not exactly the way to end his weekend. Not getting through the second chance heat due to a technical non-conformity. And now a noisy exhaust eliminates the Emirati driver. Actually, is from the nation of Egypt, for those wondering. I'm proud of his heritage. But 4 minutes and 50 still to go on the clock, plus an additional lap. Yonkers still leads the way. Yellerup in second. Kovacevic at the moment is holding on to third place. August Raber is in seventh and currently has the fastest lap at the moment and is closing in on a couple of drivers, which will include Mads Larsson just up ahead and then Glenn Schwillens. But Yonkers looking to extend that gap. Yonkers on the previous lap did set a personal best, as did Yellerup. Raber was looking very briefly to the inside, now sends it through on the 291 from Latvia. Romeo Nazar was looking there as well, possibly for an opportunity to get through for seventh place. But the Aussie, you know, it's been a steep learning curve for our good friends from Australia that have come over and come to a team that you know, that are well recognised, and they've enjoyed the experience. They've said, look, you know, no matter where we get, you know, to compete against this strength and depth of field, you know, we can be proud of whatever result we get out of the bag. And to be where he is at the moment, Romeo, you know, I wished him good luck this morning. But it's definitely getting really tightly packed at the sharper end. The top 9 last time round were covered by just under 3 seconds. That looks to be slightly closer. Yonkers now has a 7/10 of a second advantage. Kovacevic was wrestling with the steering to try and get past Yellerup. Now that's going to open the door for Mads Larsson, who gets through. Glenn Schwillens also trying to get through, but does not get past on the German. Kovacevic running with Kilian Kraft and his team at Kraft Motorsport. Just under 3 minutes to go. August Raber now looking up the inside of Glenn Schwillens. Down the Europalan into turn 7. That was a neat move from the 205. So that is now 5th position. Glenn Schwillens has set the fastest lap of the race out of anybody. 56.979. So the top 9 last time were covered by just over 2.8 seconds. Yonkers looks to have extended his lead again. Now nearly 8.5 tenths. And Raber now goes up the inside of Kovacevic and makes the move stick through turn number 2. That's P4 for the 205, representing the United Arab Emirates. Now Bruno Perla looks to send it up the inside of Glenn Schwillens, gets through. There's some chopping and changing between Romeo Nazar from Australia and Sinja Ornball from Denmark. The Aussie makes it through on the Dane. Kovacevic is holding on still to what is now 4th position, as Bruno Perla from Latvia looking to try and take an opportunity when it presents itself, but not through turn 12. So we'll have 3 more laps, including this one. Bruno Perla looks up the inside of Kovacevic. August Raber is there and thereabouts with them, as Kovacevic defends sternly. Raber has to bump over the curves through turn 3. Still, they battle away. Kovacevic has to avoid, and he gets tangled with August Raber, who does a 360 back onto the track. Nassau panel is skewed to the right-hand side, and Kovacevic was up in the air. And that just goes to show how finite the margins are of making an overtake into turn number 7. It could be that we might have another driver retiring, depending on how that steering is on the 205. Well, August Raver looks to be continuing onwards as we head on to the penultimate lap. Now there's going to be a change for second. Mads Larsson gets past on Matthias Jellerup for second place. So the 2.02 gets past the 2.29. Yonkers now has nearly a 1.1 second advantage as we carry on the penultimate lap, lap number 14 out of 15. Romeo Nazar is currently sitting in fifth place at the moment. So, final lap board out this time, and Olivier Yonkers is comfortably away and clear. Matthias Jellerup rounding out the top two. Mads Larsson also representing Denmark in third place. Bruno Perla and Romeo Nazar from Latvia and Australia respectively complete the top five, as our leader now makes his way through to turn 6 and onto the yellow plan for the final time. Getting up to speeds in excess of 95 kilometres an hour. As now Larsson looked for the move up the inside of Jellerup going into turn 7. Jellerup nearly made a mistake going through the chicane. The door is slightly ajar for Larsson to get through. But on that particular occasion, not enough room, I'm afraid. However, our race leader now heads down to turn number 12 for the 15th and final time. And the winner of the Junior Rotax B final from Belgium, it's Olivier Yonkers that takes the checkered first. Matthias Jellerup takes second. Mads Larsson takes third. Bruno Perla and Romeo Nazar from Australia takes fifth. And there's a skirmish behind. Jake Menton takes sixth place ahead of Sinja Ornball. Julian Kovacevic, Victor Veininen and Glenn Schwillens round out the top 10. August Raber could have been so promising for the Emirati with that incident taking place at turn 7 with a couple of laps to go. Finishes 11th. Johan Slobinski, Josephine Wunderhoff, and we got your Kaspar Joipera, Hans Markus Narusk and Timothy Vladimirov rounding out the 16 that finished all the respective laps, and with a noisy exhaust it was disappointment and retirement for Zain El Homosani, who retired on lap number 7. Now we get underway with our Senior Rotax B Final. Here is your starting grid. So Kaz Boshuis and Sam Van Vliet will be on the front row. Lawrence Herboz and Antoine Mahler will be rounding out the top 2 rows. Thomas Johannes Dominguez will be running. On row number. Will be on row 3. Was due to have Matthew Higgins alongside, but Matthew Higgins has opted to non-start. So he will be joined by should be joined by Jack Webster, Adam Valster, Ragnar Simeland, Chloe Kennard, and Spencer Braun round out the top 9. Rafael Jesus 10th, ahead of Matthias Krohn, Gustav van Gogh, Stein Scholten, Frederik Zebis Christensen, Amanda Salonen, Paul Hamburg, Alexander Savinkov, Sim Sepp, Kao Korenik, Andrea Kostic, Benoit Tordema, Scott Westhovens, Anton Morsing, Romans Rodionovs, Tristan Van Vliet, Ivar Anagnostiidis, and Artyom Sestakovs rounding out the grid. So now it's time for the drivers to get into formation ahead of 13 minutes plus an additional lap. They've got to do it quickly, otherwise the full start will be pretty much called. So 28 drivers about to go into battle for the top 3 positions in the B final. Red lights on the starting gantry. It's Boshuis and Van Vliet on the front row, into the tram lines. Revs start to rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. Good start by Boshuis as they make their way into turns 1 and 2 for the opening time. Herboz looking to follow Boshuis, and there has been an instant one kart on the back of another, and that's not exactly, and that straight away caused a noisy exhaust. I would imagine that's probably going to be for the 350 that might have been, that was one of the carts, might have been Thomas Johannes Dominguez that that was the 384, I believe, that went up into the air. Jack Webster from Australia. It's a case of squeezing, and there is the 329 that's off the circuit. That's Matthias Krohn from Denmark. So Boshuis and Herboz making a good clean start. Behind them is the 365. And that is Sam Van Vliet, who rounds out the top 3. A little bit of jockeying for position from 5th backwards. Adam Valster is in the mix there, along with a few other drivers. So quite a few drivers compromised by that. Matthias Krohn was off the track, and the Dane was starting from 13th position. And it is actually Matthias Krohn that had the noisy exhaust and now is pulled off the circuit. And nice pickup by Dion, one of our camera guys, that there is actually the top part of the exhaust. There is the exhaust part, which holds the baffles that keeps the noise under noise restriction limits. As a little bit snaky under braking. That was a bit of a send. That was from one of the SP Motorsport drivers. I think that might have been Jack Webster. He definitely went for it, and good on him for doing so. It just went a little bit deep into the corner. Now there's some more battling up ahead. Spencer Braun, the 356, running on the CRG chassis. Dad and Lad operation. Had a really good chat with them earlier on this week when they registered for the event. He said it might not be the last time you see us here at Genk, because I really like the track. They've had their trials and tribulations, but oh no, big incident on the back straight, including Frederik Zebis, including the 343 of Gustav van Gogh, and that was a massive hit There was a cart on the left-hand side that caused all that. Just trying to pick out who that was, but that was a big incident. Big time incident there. So that just goes to show 3 wide, and if anyone interlock wheels, it's game over. And that's exactly what happened. And that was Rafael Jesus that was on the outside, the 337 from the UAE. Lawrence Herboz, in the meantime, continues to lead. There's nearly another interlocking of wheels. That was between the 367, I believe. That's Anton Morsing with Tristan van Vliet in the 339. But they kept away from it all. 9.5 minutes still remaining on the timer, plus an additional lap. And there is a 3-way scrap for these drivers. So Herboz leads the way now ahead of Casbos House. Siem van Vliet, Spencer Braun now finds himself in 4th position and has, more importantly, clear air. And that was until Chloe Kennard decided to go up the inside. They nearly interlock wheels and Brown actually gets through. So Spencer Braun is leading the train. And hopefully that might be able to have a look at it. And I'm just taking a look back that Rafael Jesus ended up with 2 wheels on the grass. Frederik Zebis was an unwilling participant. And then, unfortunately, Gussig van Gorp was the one that got spat out exit stage right. And she went straight on and couldn't do anything about it and managed to stop it. Oh, and we've got someone in the barriers. And that is Stein Scholten. Stein Scholten hard into the foam barriers off of Cafe Corner. It's a real shame for Scholten, who's running a little bit and, you know, dropped all the way down the order. Maybe might have had an incident with Karo Karenik from Estonia, but that just, again, and more drivers nearly interlocking wheels. Tunis Johannes Tomingas nearly interlocking wheels with Alexander Savinkov from the UK with Argenti Motorsport. And now drivers going through into turn number 10, including the 396 of Iva Anagnostiidis. Great to catch up with the family yesterday. So 7 minutes and 20 seconds still to go. There are still battles waging on. And more importantly, there's also the battle for the race lead as well, which is really between 3 drivers. Spencer Braun, though, has pulled away ever so slightly from Francis Chloé-Kennard. And Iva Anagnostiidis is currently running in 6th position. Now, another member of the family, James, has made it through to the top 30. So Iva hasn't had the best run of luck, whereas James has. There is Stein Scholten just on the Marshall post off of turn number 10 after ending up underneath the foam barriers. Still remember one particular incident, I think back in 2019, where we had one driver mount the top of the other and it ended up making it onto Instagram. So, Karo Karenik, Stein Scholten out. Rafael Jesus, Frederik Zebis Christensen and Gussig van Gorp through that incident on the back straightaway, also out. Matthias Krohn out with the noisy exhaust. And funnily enough, it was Tunis Johannes Tomingas that was actually mounted by Jack Webster earlier on in the race, and Webster was 3 wide coming out of turn 3. Dominguez was trying to fight for position, was gesticulating to other drivers around the circuit. So it was a case of, well, you need to concentrate on what's going on and happening in front of you. But still, an even Stevens between these top 3. They have rocketed away into the distance. And, oh no, Benoit Tordima is out of the race as well, the 3.59 from France. And that is just off of the entrance into Cafe Corner at turn 10. Oh dearie me, they are dropping like flies right now, as Chloe Canard manages to get through on either Anagnostiidis. So, is there someone else with a possible noisy exhaust? I think there is one that's sounding slightly noisier than others. And Spencer Brougham's... Oh, now, has Spencer Brougham been involved in an incident with Benoit Tordima? Well, that is... Well, because Spencer was actually running P4. Top three, still as they were, with 4 minutes and 38 seconds still remaining on the timer. Chloe Canard in fourth. Antoine Marler makes it 2 French drivers in the top 5. And there is a real big battle. Achim Sestakovs, who started pretty much stone dead last, has ended up at the sharp end. So has either Anagnostiidis. I mean, they were right at the back end of the field, and they're running in the top 10. This race has just been one of sheer attrition, and there's more dramas again through turn 7, and everyone's scrabbling to pick up the pieces, and Alexander Savinkov is sideways through into the entrance at turn number 8, but holds on, has to give up a place or two. In the meantime, I think Jack Webster is one of the drivers that's just passed Alexander, who has Ukrainian heritage, but runs under a UK licence. So 3 minutes and 32 seconds. I mean, it was the 3.73 of Paul Hamburg, and I think was going up the inside of Sim Sepp, and they're at it again, this time through turn number 3 and 4. Actually it was the 3.40. Ragnar Simuland, and they're running under Talvar Racing, and Jack Webster sends it up the inside of Simuland and gets through. So does the 3.15 of Amanda Salonen from Finland. So more chops and changes, and you can shake your stick at right about now. But some good racing by some of those drivers that have managed to weather the storm. And Spencer Braun out, Benoit Tordima out. We are now down to 20 drivers out of what was due to be 30 starters, ended up being 28. We still have 2 3/4 minutes to go. Lawrence Herbos now extends a slight lead as Ivor gets through on Chloe. So Anagnostiidis through on Canal, and now Canal loses another place to Sestakovs. And then there's someone else that gets through, and that's Anton Morsing from Denmark in the 3.67. So Chloe Canard drops towards the bottom part of the top 10. Scott Westhoven's now is running in 10th position at the minute, ahead of Tomingas, who was the one that was being mounted on the opening lap through the exit of turn number 2 by Jack Webster from Australia. But Lawrence Herbos continues to lead the way. So Chloe Canal finds herself in 8th position. Adam Valster now up into 9th, ahead of Scott Westhoven's. Thomas Johannes Tomingas, Paul Hamburg, Jack Webster, Amanda Salonen and Ragnar Simuland round out the top 15, followed by the UK's Alexander Savinkov, who's got someone very, very close behind, which will be Ragnar Simuland from Estonia. So they have swapped positions. Savinkov now completes the top 15. Definitely going to be a bit of a clear-up operation for our marshalling team here at Team MKG, but a big thank you to them. As always, their response and hard work ethic is exemplary around here. Coming into the last 50 seconds or so, we have 2 more laps to go, including this one. We're on lap number 14 out of 15. It might be 16, depending on when Lawrence Herbos crossed the line. It might have been with just over a minute to go. So we could have 3 laps remaining It could be at a total of 16 laps come the end of this race. So the timer hits 0. We are going to get 2 more laps. So on to lap number 15 out of 16. Timer has officially expired. Laurens Herboz still leads the way by just over 9/10 of a second ahead of Kaz Boshuis and Siem van Vliet, who rounds out the top 3. They're covered by just over 1 3/4 seconds. So 8 drivers out of the race. That is pretty close to a third of the field that has been eliminated from the proceedings. As the last lap board for these drivers will be shown very, very shortly. And first up to see it will be Laurens Herboz from Belgium, running with Bouvin Power. Kaz Boshuis in second. Third is Siem van Vliet. Fourth, it's Francis Antoine Mahler. And great work by Australia's Iva Anagnostiadis, who's currently running in P5 and has just set her fastest lap of the race. Brilliantly done by Iva there. Artyom Sestakovs is running in 6th. He's also set his fastest lap of the race and is about 3.5 tenths behind. But the final lap very much underway. Top 10 were covered by just under 8.7 seconds. But our race leader now making his way down into turn number 10 at Cafe Corner for what will be the 16th and final time. And these top 3 have kept out of harm's way. It's a bit too much of a tall order for Antoine Mahler to take third, but Herboz wins the B final for seniors. Boshuis and Van Vliet round out the top 3. Mahler, Anagnostiadis, Sestakovs, Morsing, Chloe Canal, Adam Valster and Scott Westhovens. They complete the top 10 runners and riders in what has been an attrition-filled Senior Rotax B final. Tonis Johannes Dominguez, Jack Webster, Paul Hamburg, Alexander Savinkov and Ragnar Simulan ran out the top 15. Amanda Salonen in 16th, ahead of Andrea Kostic, Romans Rodionovs, Justin Van Vliet and Sim Sepp rounding out the 20 that finished all 16 laps. On lap 7, we lost Spencer Braun and Benoit Tordema. Stein Scholten and Kyle Karenik on lap 4. And then the big incident on lap 2, Rafael Jesus, Frederik Zebis Christensen and Gusse van Gorp down the back straightaway on the Europlan. And Matthias Kroon didn't even make it to the end of the opening lap, with Matthew Higgins and Elia Papacina opting to be non-starters. Well, that concludes the morning action here for the final day of the opening weekend of the 2023 BNL Karting Series season. We're now going to head on to the lunch break and we'll be back just around about 25 past 12 local time here in Belgium as we start the pre-finals and then we go to the finals to see who will be leading the way heading from here at Karting Genk. And then we'll be going over to Marienborg in early July, Austricourt in middle of August, and back here for the early part of October to crown our champions. So we'll see you just before 12:20, just around about 12:25 local time here on the live stream. So until then, we'll see you after the lunch break, and then we're going to kickstart the business end of the race weekend here at the Home of Champions. Paddock announcement, just to let all drivers competing in senior road tax that there is a new grid that is now online, reference the pre-final. So that's reference any senior road tax driver that is competing in the pre-final this afternoon. There is a new grid that has been put online. Thank you. Welcome back after the lunch break here at Karting Genk, the home of champions, as we go into the pre-final and the final stages of round one of the season. And we are about set and ready to get underway with our first of 5 pre-finals. As you can see, we have 36 Minimax drivers ready to take to the 1,360 metre circuit here in the Limburg region of Belgium. So we had the 2 second chance heats, the 2 B finals for junior and senior respectively. DD2 and DD2 Masters Qualifying has already taken place ahead of their pre-final and finals later on. So the pre-finals will take place over a duration of 13 minutes plus an additional lap, and then it will be 15 minutes plus an additional lap for the finals later on. And as customary, at the end of the race weekend with the final set of races, we will have all the drivers, their karts and the mechanics walking onto the grid to get ready to go racing. So for round one, it's time for the Minimax pre-final, and here is your starting grid. On the front row, it's an all-British affair with Jacob Ashcroft and Albert Friend on the front row with Ashcroft on pole. Felipe Reyes representing the Netherlands, and from the Czech Republic, it's Zdeněk Babacek on row 2. From Belgium and the Netherlands on row 3, it's Lucas Todder and Boris Van Haag. From the UK and Estonia on row 4, Cole Denham and Nikita Lubimov. And then it's Belgium and the United Kingdom rounding out the top 10 with Alexander Van Meeuwen, joined by Kai Clark. Ryan drivers, Rory Armstrong, Maxime Becker, Jack Freeman, Thomas Verheyen, Zen Lindemann, Jent Moonen, Oliver Warner, Lars Lambers and Leo Gonzalez round out the top 20. Ryan Gandor, Victor Reutz, Christian Segerson, Bran van der Weken, Vic van Kampenhout, Sees Moyes, Tristan Shays, Jeff Verbeeke, Finn Albert Jorgensen and Lieke van Berkel round out the top 30. Completing the 36-strong grid is Andreas Adrian Stions, João Maria Pereira, Ryan Rampadarath, Maria Roberto and Kieran Stewart. And it seems like the Carol Stout household, Katrine is watching, saying go Speedy Gonzalez. Not the cartoon character, but the driver in the 155 starting from the outside of the 10th row of the grid. Good to see Magnus Brodersen on the YouTube chat as well. A big thank you to everyone that has continued to watch, and also those that have subscribed to the home of every single race that you will see over the course of the 2023 BNL Karting Series season and beyond. So, sunshine is continuing to beat down on the circuit here at Karting Genk. 12 turns in all, run in a clockwise direction, and has been around since the early 1980s. It's a staple of the world of both European and world karting, and has hosted the FIA World and European Championships in years previous. The rumble of the Rotax Max Evo engines, 36 of them, make their way towards the 12th and final corner. It's Ashcroft on pole, Friend alongside as they exit the final corner into the tram lines, and it's going to be a full start called by race director. And the drivers now will have to navigate the circuit once again. And good to see the grandstand just off of Cafe Corner filling up. So it is the second time of asking for the Mini-Max Pre-Final. There will always be with a driver a sense of anticipation, the butterflies in the stomach, the goosebumps, the hair standing on the back of, up on end on the back of your neck. And you want to make sure that this start goes without a hitch. And that's why you sometimes see that if drivers are out of position, the race director will instantly call a full start. If we do have a second one, a red flag will be called. And then some instructions will be given. So, red lights back as they were. And now the anticipation builds. Once again, it's Ashcroft on pole position. Albert Friend alongside on the front row into the tram line. Second time of asking. The Mini-Max Pre-Final is underway, and a good start from the front row, especially from Ashcroft. Felipe Perez. Looks like some moves being done early. Albert Friend is around about in fourth position. It's 6 wide, and we've had an incident. Someone's been turned around going into turn number 2. Looked to be one of the RR racing carts on the EKR by Gamoto chassis, and we've had a red flag instantly called. Red flag has been instantly called, I believe. And that is the case. So red flag has been called within seconds of the race starting. So we've now going under a full restart, so we'll just quickly run through the grid for the Minimax Pre-Final. Jacob Ashcroft and Albert Friend on the front row. Felipe Reyes and Denny Babacek on row number 2. Lucas Stoddart and Boris Verhaag with Cole Denham, Nikita Lubimov, Alexander Van Meeuwen and Kai Clark rounding out the top 10. Ryan Rivers, Rory Armstrong, Maxime Becker, Jack Freeman, Thomas Verheyen, Sven Lindemann, Jenthe Moonen, Oliver Warner, Lars Lambers and Leo Gonzalez rounding out the top 20. Ryan Gandor. Then we've got Victor Reutz, Christian Segerson, Bran van der Veek and Vic van Kampenhout due to start 25th, but may have been taken off of the grid. Sees Moyes, Tristan Shays, Jeff Verbeek, Finn Abbott Jorgensen, Nico van Berkel, Andres Jalab, and then we've got Adrien Stians, João Maria Pereira, Ryan Rampadarath, Maria Roberto, Kieran Stewart. That is your grid. So whether Vic van Kampenhout is going to start from the dummy grid, I'm not sure. Or if he's not taking part in this race, what will happen is that the youngster will have to start at the back of the grid for the final later on today. So red lights on the starting gantry once again. 13 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. The result from this will set the grid for the final at 14:35 local time this afternoon. So under starters orders, out of the final corner, into the tram lines. This time the revs start to build. Are we ready? Are we steady? The Minimax Pre-Final gets underway the first time on the full restart as Albert Friend is jumping up and down in the cart, and he's lost a handful of positions. Maybe into 6th position as they go through into turns number 1 and 2 for the opening time. Ashcroft has already gotten a good advantage, but he's got Felipe Reyes hot on his heels. There is a cart stationary at turn number 2. And that is the 1-1-2. That is Nikita Lubimov from Estonia, who started 8th. And there is a puff of exhaust smoke coming from the back end of the cart, but I'm not too sure if that cart's going any further forward. And there's also another turnaround. That is the 1:27 of Alexander Van Meeuwen, who started 9th on the grid behind Lubimov and alongside Kai Clark. Then they go into turn number 10 for the opening tour of this circuit. Ryan Gandor trying to make some moves. Started 21st on the grid, might be now into the top 20 as Ashcroft leaves the field coming out of the final corner. Cole Denham looks to have sprungboard his way up to 3rd place, which he has. Albert Friend is down in 7th ahead of Rory Armstrong with Kai Clark and Oliver Warner rounding out the top 10. Lucas Stoddart and Boris Verhaag round out the top 5 as the leaders make their way through turn 4. Now into the left here at 5. Gap between 1st and 2nd was just over 0.17 as Felipe Reyes trying to put an assault together to try and get past Ashcroft, who takes the briefest of glances over his right-hand shoulder. Cole Denham waiting for the opportunity to get through. And then the train is starting to come alive with more drivers joining it. So it looks like also Leo Gonzalez might have had an issue as well. The 155 representing Switzerland. And there is the 155. He's found himself backwards the other way. A shake of the head in disappointment. But he's got himself pointing back the other way. And on the traditional racing line, Denny Babacek trying to go side by side as Felipe Reyes now gets through on Jacob Ashcroft through turn 2. The Dutchman had the run coming out of the final corner and used the slipstream perfectly. And Leo Gonzalez might have pulled it into the pits, I'm not 100% sure, but the battle for the lead is absolutely frantic at the moment because Jacob Ashcroft, I think, has retaken it. Where has Felipe Reyes ended up? Well, he's not, he might not, he's still in 2nd at the minute. And 3rd, it is the 117 of Lucas Stoddart. Well, it was until Albert Friend just sent it up the inside through turn 9. Cole Denham now is actually in 2nd. Felipe Reyes down into 5th place. Rory Armstrong's got the bit firmly between the teeth. The youngster from County Down in Northern Ireland. Now up into what is effectively 6th position. He's got Boris Verhaag for close company. And it is really close between Get this, the top 10 covered by less than 2 seconds. Side by side between Felipe Perez and Boris Verhaag, and Felipe Perez stays ahead for the minute. Just behind them is Kai Clark and Denny Babicek. Clark goes for the move on Verhaag, so does Babicek, nearly goes into the back of Clark. It's nearly 3 wide coming out of turn 6, and still both of them manage to get through before the end of the Europlan at turn 7. There's a bit of a lunge up the inside. Might have been from that was Maxim Becker in the 157 from Germany, who's got behind him the likes of Oliver Warner, the likes of Lars Lambers. 9 minutes and 10 seconds still to go on the timer, plus an additional lap. And the fastest lap of the race is by Lieke van Berkel, of all people. She's done a great job so far. Currently now up into what is 14th position. She started down in 30th at the beginning of the full restart. Maxim Becker now up into 10th. Felipe Perez up the inside of Rory Armstrong through turn 2. That's for P5 on the road, as there's a little bit more of a skirmish. Lars Lambers in the middle of all of that. Oliver Warner has made up a position or two. He's got past Maxim Becker. As Lieke van Berkel definitely fancies an opportunity, pulls alongside and then pulls past Lars Lambers. Going into turn 7, Maxim Becker decides to throw a send up the inside of the 180 of Thomas Verheyen from Belgium. But at the moment, there is still a little bit of stability at the front end of the field. Ashcroft leads the way. Albert Friend in second. Third, it's Cole Denham. Then it's Lucas Stordeur. Fifth, it is now Felipe Perez from the Netherlands. Rory Armstrong in 6th. Kai Clark in 7th. Denny Babicek, Boris Verhaag and Oliver Warner round out the top 10. Alexander Van Meeuwen is now starting to recover. Still has about 7 minutes and 40 plus an additional lap to get himself as high up the order as possible. The 127 from Belgium, now 26th. As Maxim Becker fires it up the inside of Oliver Warner to retake that 10th position. Warner looks to return the favour, but I don't think I'm not too sure if he got past. He might have done. I think he still might be behind the 157, but in the meantime, Denny Babicek up the inside of Kai Clark to take 7th through turn number 9. We're over the halfway point as we've got just over 7 minutes plus an additional lap remaining on the timer. Ashcroft has a lead now, just over 2/10. Felipe Perez down in 5th position, sets the fastest lap, and he's just gone for a move up the inside, and that was on Cole. That was that's Boris Verhaag actually trading places with looks like Kai Clark, and that's the battle for P7 on the road. They've got Rory Armstrong just up ahead. So Ashcroft and Friend have pulled away from the trio behind, which is now being led by the 117 of Belgium's Lucas Stordeur. That's between Stordeur, Cole Denham and Felipe Perez at the back of that trio. Then a quartet of drivers led by Denny Babicek, which has got Rory Armstrong, more than likely Kai Clark and Boris Verhaag. Oliver Warner has managed to get past Lieke van Berkel as Felipe Perez manages to get through, and Cole Denham through turn number 3. Saw the opportunity, the window was open, and Felipe Perez went for it and got the position. 5.5 minutes still remain on the timer as Rory Armstrong has got Kai Clark for close company down the back straight into turn number 7. Through into the right-hand sweeper here at turn 8. What the drivers tend to do is you can nearly straight line the chicane with a little bit of an adjustment, but then you carry the speed in, going wide into the entry point of turn number 8. Turn 11, exiting out of it. You can use the rumble strips on the right-hand side, but they are very, very treacherous when it's wet weather conditions. And then a little bit of a train there. That was a GKS kart sliding up the inside and that might have been Victor Reutz in the 176. Who's ahead of Ryan Rivers, and there is a move by Victor Reutz on Lieke van Berkel. We've got more things happening behind, which includes the 123 of Ryan Rivers. Oliver Warner is also embroiled in all of that. Just keeping an eye on, well, I've just noticed that the left-hand side of Kai Clark's bumper, not scraping on the ground, but it is a bit on a diagonal jaunt in comparison with everyone else's bumper, but it's not scraping on the ground. I can't see that it's loose, otherwise it would be flapping. And in the meantime, there has been a change for the lead, which means that Albert Friend now is ahead of Jacob Ashcroft. The gap between them is just under 2 tenths. And between Felipe Reyes and Boris Verhaag, that is from 3rd to 9th. The gap is about 1.4 seconds. Drivers making their way down the Europalan, so still have 33 drivers competing in this race. Lap 1, we lost Nikita Lubimov and Leo Gonzalez. Vic van Kampenhout didn't take the restart. Now there is more jockeying for position, as Denny Babacek has got past Lucas Torder for position, who's now got Cole Denham, Rory Armstrong, Kai Clark, and Boris Verhaag not too far behind. Alexander Van Meeuwen's now got himself up into the top 20 after that incident earlier on. And Albert Friend has a slender advantage over Jacob Ashcroft to the tune of just under 2 tenths of a second. And behind, Felipe Reyes is now being caught by everyone behind him. And that includes Denny Babacek. Denny Babacek now looking for P3. And it's side by side between Rory Armstrong and Kai Clark. Armstrong's pulled alongside and pulled past, but it's towards the outside of turn number 7 off of the Europalan. Might have still kept the position. Albert Friend has the fastest lap in his pocket at the minute, as we've had a change a little bit further back. Boris Verhaag has got past Kai Clark. That is for 8th position on the road, and now the favours return through turn 12 by the 167 from Dan Holland Racing, but then Boris Verhaag again goes side by side down the main start-finish straight. And they're side by side coming out of turn number 2. Oh, and we've had a little bit of a drama for the 116, who stomps the foot firmly on the ground, and that is Kieran Stewart, I'm afraid. That is on the outskirt, the exit of turn number 11. But Ashcroft was 2.5 tenths of a second behind Friend going through, and then a nice launch up the inside, just read the situation, saw that there was a gap, went for it, and now Albert Friend is going to go side by side up the inside. He retakes the lead through the very next corner at turn number 10. Felipe Reyes is holding on for 3rd place, with Denny Babacek and Lucas Torder not too far adrift. But how long can Felipe Reyes hold on to that position for? We're into the final 60 seconds of this race, and Denny Babacek has just lost out to Lucas Torder. Ashcroft now knows that this is one of probably a handful of opportunities to get past Albert Friend, and Albert Friend's looking all over his left and right shoulders as they went into the braking zone into turn 7. Albert Friend runs a little bit wide, nearly opens the door for Jacob Ashcroft to get through, but the 122 from Western Supermare unable to capitalise. Might just be strategically waiting. 15 seconds on the timer remains in the pre-final here for Minimax, which also incorporates the mini rookie category. So 2 more laps to go, including this one, and there's a bit of a dogfight just outside of the top 10. Denny Babacek sends it up the inside of Felipe Reyes through turn number 3 and gets 4th position in the process. Albert Friend sternly defending ahead of Jacob Ashcroft as they go through turn 6. Ashcroft might get the run. He is getting the run. He's going to try and pull alongside, but Albert Friend sternly defends. And there's a little bit of rubbing of tyres. Left front to right rear through into the turn 7 chicane. But Albert Friend holds on. One more lap to go after this. Lars Lambers has got past Thomas Verheyen for 11th position. João Maria Pereira up to 15th behind Lieke van Berkel from the Netherlands. Last lap board is now being shown. And first of all, it's going to be, as there has been a change for 3rd position just behind, Denny Babacek gets past Felipe Reyes and Lucas Tordeur. And they're still battling away. Tordeur was looking quickly up the inside of Babacek to counter-attack, but couldn't get through on the 115. Instead of Vrakov, but Jacob Ashcroft again is just putting the pressure on big time on Albert Friend, and he's going to try and go side by side. He's nearly 2 wheels on the grass into the braking zone, and Ashcroft sends it through. Albert Friend has no other alternative but to just try and stay out of trouble, and he did exactly that. He read the situation well, did not want to force the issue, and Ashcroft went, that gap's open, I'm taking it. And then defends against Albert Friend. And this is bringing Denny Babacek into the fight with 1 corner remaining. What's going to happen here? Friend pulls to the outside. Ashcroft takes the tighter defensive line. Out of the final corner, it's a run to the line. It's going to be half a kart length and a clash between the pair of them. And Ashcroft takes it by 29 thousandths of a second at the end of it. Denny Babacek takes P3. Cole Denham takes 4th place. Rory Armstrong ends up 5th after all of that happening. Lucas Tordeur, Kai Clark, Felipe Reyes, Boris Verhaag, Maxime Becker rounds out the top 10. Lars Lambers, Thomas Verheyen, Victor Reutz, João Maria Pereira, Lieke van Berkel, Alexander Van Meeuwen, Jent Thimonen, Jack Freeman, Adrien Steons, Oliver Warner round out the top 20. Then it's Zen Lindemann, Cés Moyes, Ryan Gandor, Jeff Verbeek, Tristan Shays, Brown van der Weken, Finn Albert Jorgensen, Christian Segerson, Maria Roberto finishes 29th ahead of Andres Kellerup, and Ryan Rampadarath being the last of the classified finishers. Ryan Rivers, unfortunately, finishing a lap down in 32nd. Kieran Stewart out on lap 10, with Nikita Lubimov and Leo Gonzalez out on the opening lap, and Vic van Kampenhout unable to take the restart. Now it's time to get underway with our second pre-final of today on Sunday. It is Junior Rotax. Let's have a look at the starting grid. On the front row, it is going to be Kasper Schormans and Matej Radenkovic, Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Armand Hamilton on row 2, Boluet and Tom Strehler, row 3, Lucas Sells and Thies van Wijk, row 4, Marlon Di Salvo and Archie Buttle, row 5, Timo Jungling, Christopher Elfagali, Sebastian Koch, Ruben Verheyen, Boaz Maximov, Krik Knorren, Joshua Graham, Luca Prima, Tino Sidler and Mitchell van Dijk round out the top 20. Batuan Kumas, Danny Shields, Kiran Bartenstein, Thomas Ingram Hill, Nemanja Jovanovic, Max Sedersky, Thomas Behrman, Ryan Bourguignon, James Anagnostiidis, Mathis Ometre round out the top 30 and completing the top 36 drivers out of 54 this weekend through the second chance heat. Mika van der Pavert, Dave Stevens, Max Cuthbert, Isaac de Meelweek, Ollie Wise and Carlis Kirikovs. So as with the Minimax drivers, we will have 13 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. So even though Schormans and Radenkovic yesterday both took a victory in a second, Schormans was at the top of the ranking after the heats based on his qualifying efforts, which he was a close second to the driver that starts in third position, Italy's Alberto Kiko Fracassi. Can the Italians spring a surprise this weekend? But the way things are at the moment, Kasper Schormans has won the Euro Winter Cup and also the kickoff. There is a whole host of talent behind that want to upset the apple cart as it sits now. Drivers now filing into position and, oh, a little bit of concertinaing at the back. Nevertheless, the drivers come out of the final corner. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The Junior Rotax pre-final is go. And straight away, Kasper Schormans defends against Matej Radenkovic, who's round the outside through into turn number 2. 2, 3 wide, going through into turn 2 for the first time. A couple of the drivers using the runoff area, but everyone's safely getting through. But there is one that's just languishing a little bit further back as there's a switchback attempt from Kasper Schormans as Radenkovic takes the race lead. 2, 3, 4 wide nearly. It's getting a bit close in regards to maybe nearly interlocking wheels by some of the drivers. It's going to be 2 wide through turn 7. 3 wide never works there. We've all seen that before. As Boluet making his way through. I think he's rounding out the top 6 at the moment as things stand, as there's a bit of a send through into what is turn number 10. Could have been Lucas Sellers in the 204. They're all battling for position. And Lucas Sellers at the moment is currently running in 8th position. Behind him is Christopher Elfagali. And there is the 245. That is Ruben Verheyen. Archie Buttle's in the mix with that one. Mistake by Lucas Sells from France. Allows quite a few drivers to get through. And there is the 242 of Armand Hamilton and Tom Strehler from Latvia battling each other and having a little bit of touching at the same time coming out of turn number 6. But Kasper Schormans now finds himself down in 3rd position because not only has Matej Radenkovic got past, so has Alberto Kiko Fracassi from Italy. All 36 drivers still running. A little bit of a late send into turn 10. And that was from the 270 of Mitchell van Dijk, who was trying to go up the inside of Josh Graham from Argenti. There's an absolute swarm of Junior Rotax drivers trying to get through. Danny Shields battling away with the likes of Max Sedersky, Thomas Ingram Hill, James Anagnostiidis now up into 25th position. So the Aussie, who was absolutely thrilled to bits, managed to get through into the top 30 last night. And the train continues at the back end of the field. Quite a few drivers in there. Thomas Behrman and Danny Shields are 20th and 22nd respectively. Thomas, the younger brother of FIA Formula 2 Ferrari Driver Academy racer Oliver Behrman, who's in F2 this year. A little bit of battling a little bit further back, which also includes quite a few drivers. So lots of action happening up and down the order. 3 minutes down, 10 to go, and Armand Hamilton sends it up the inside of Fracassi, who has been passed by Schurmans in the meantime. Boulouet is waiting in the wings as Fracassi gets through on Hamilton. Boulouet was nearly looking up the inside through turn number 4, but there wasn't enough room there. And there is Tom Sverler waiting in the wings. A little bit of a send behind, and that was Christopher El-Faghali on the 246 of Thijs van Wijk. So the Lebanese driver making his mark there. And another move, that time it's Boulouet on Armand Hamilton. And Tom Sverler now looks for the move up the inside through turn 10. That was nearly an opportunity for El-Faghali to get through, but Armand Hamilton shut the door very, very quickly indeed. El-Faghali pulls to the inside. Hamilton returns the favour on Tom Sverler, and El-Faghali gets through. Van Wijk is going to get through. Then Ruben Verheyen does as well. Tom Sverler lost a bag full of positions as they came out of the final corner. And the Latvian now trying to fight back. Oh, and he clatters into Ruben Verheyen. And that also takes out Thijs van Wijk at the same time. Oh, he went for a move and it clattered in. And there is a move for the lead. That's the move for the race lead. Schurmans and Radenkovic now for Fracassi. He's going to make it 3 wide. Is he going to try and get through the middle? When he gets through on Radenkovic, there's Boulouet through, or trying to get through. He runs wide, comes out of turn 8, and he's lost 2 positions as a direct result. Hamilton through, El-Faghali through. And a little bit further back, Archie Buttle gets past, I think that was by Knuren in the 272 through turn number 10. Danny Shields has got Thomas Ingram Hill towards his outside going through the final corner. And the top 5 rounded out by Lebanon's very own Christopher El-Faghali, covered by just over a second. He's now chasing down Armand Hamilton, representing Hungary in the 242. And now El-Faghali pulls the trigger, gets up the inside. And that's for 4th place. Looks over his right shoulder. Hamilton follows suit and does exactly the same. Down the Europalan. And El-Faghali has actually been doing simulator work to prepare for this weekend and for next weekend's opening round of the Euro Trophy, thanks to the help of the likes of Tom Castermans and the team at Eau Rouge, which is a simulator provider locally based here at Karting Genk, literally about 5 minutes away from the circuit. And now things are really heating up because here comes Radenkovic, sends it up the inside of Fracassi. And as a result of that, just behind, Boulouet gets through on Armand Hamilton. Fracassi, and there's El-Faghali on the curbs, up the inside, through into P3, and gets past Mateo Radenkovic at the same time. Great anticipation by the Lebanese driver. A little bit further back, we've got the likes of, well, where on earth has Timo Jungling sprung from? As, oh no, there was a touch there, and Boulouet got turned around, and that might have been by Armand Hamilton. And Boulouet has just had one thing after another. Last season was probably one of learning experience, and what he did not need was someone going up his inside through into turn 7. It spun him around. He managed to catch the slide, and it's dropped him out of the top 10 quite clearly. Schurmans is still leading the way. We're now on to lap number 8 of the race. El-Faghali goes for second, and he gets it. Radenkovic also fires it up the inside of Fracassi, and he gets through for third, but Fracassi fights back through into turn 3, over the curves by Radenkovic, nudges the sideboard of Fracassi, and gets through for P3, and Fracassi loses a lot of momentum in the process. Meanwhile, Armand Hamilton and Timo Jungling are there to battle with the Italian. The Italian's having to start to defend, but can't do too much, otherwise he could compromise not just himself, but also those behind. Lucas Sells has also joined this party. So still quite a lot to pay for. The action has been fast. The drivers are at full tilt, and now El Fagali has Kasper Schaumanns in his crosshairs. The Lebanese driver based out of Beirut now has clear air. That will enable him to push. Also a little bit further back, I think Sebastian Koch was going side by side with Kieran Bartenstein. In the meantime, Alberto Kiko Fracassi loses out to Lucas Sells. Timo Jungling was looking up the inside. Then there's also Mitchell van Dijk, who's being coached this weekend by Debbie Hansen. As oh no, Timo Jungling slightly goes into the back of Alberto Kiko Fracassi, and then all of a sudden Mitchell van Dijk says, "Thank you very much, I'll take that one." Debbie Hansen has also worked with the likes of Chris Harnan in years past. Runs her own driver coaching company called Deb Sports, which also was part of the grand finals last year at Portimao with the morning and afternoon warm-up exercises. 4 minutes and 35 seconds, plus an additional lap still to go. El Fagali has not yet been able to close on in, but if he and Radenkovic start working together, don't squabble, even though they're not under the same awning, but Radenkovic has other ideas and sends it up the inside of El Fagali to retake second position through turn number 2. And now James Anagnostiidis has gotten himself up into the top 20. Having got past Thomas Ingram Hill, there's some skirmishes all over the field. Multiple trains happening, so every which way you look, there is something going on. El Fagali now trying to wrestle his way past, back into second on Matej Radenkovic. Mitchell van Dijk is trying to close in on Lucas Sells from France for 5th position. Not too far behind will be the likes of Jungling, Fracassi, Krik Knoren and Tino Sidler from Switzerland. Just over 3 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Frantic activity all around this 1,360-metre clockwise circuit. Mitchell van Dijk is just waiting for his opportunity. Can the 270 from the Netherlands get through on the driver from France? Not quite, as they made their way down the run down the Europaplan. A little bit further back, Timo Jungling has been battling away with the likes of Fracassi. Knoren is pretty much there, just behind them. Thomas Behrmann is now up into 13th. Archie Buttle rounds out the top 15. Danny Shields has made his way up to 17th position. Anagnostiidis is not that far away from Sebastian Koch and is still currently sitting in 20th position. Good work by Isaac de Melwyk, also from Australia, now up into 26th, ahead of Josh Graham from the UK. Coming up to the final 2 minutes plus an additional lap of this race. And Kasper Schaumanns is still leading, but I'm seeing the gaps between him and Matej Radenkovic. It was 3/4 of a second last time around. It looks to be extensively less than that. Might be close to half of that distance has been closed. Boluet has the fastest lap of the race so far, 55.859. Change a little bit further back as Knoren gets past Fracassi. Loet was looking to the inside down the start-finish straight. Now they've got Timo Jungling with them for close company. Fracassi defends against Loet through into turn number 3, and Loet gets through, just does not hang about. And just behind Timo Jungling, that is Thomas Behrmann, and he's gotten through. Great work there by Thomas Behrmann to get himself a little bit further up the order. He took advantage when Jungling ran wide. It's under 60 seconds on the timer remains. And that gap, it was 7.5 tenths of a second between Schaumanns and Radenkovic. It was it's just under half a second. That gap could be very much more than halved. across the line to complete lap number 13. The gap now is under a tenth and a half, and Radenkovic is ready to strike at a moment's notice. Through into turn 4. Now into the left at 5. El Fagali is not too far from this battle either, and he got very deep onto the brakes into turn 6. Carried the momentum through nicely. It's less than half a second between this trio. As we're on our penultimate lap, lap number 14 out of 15. Armand Hamilton is also closing into the trio in front. Timer has expired. 4 drivers in contention for the victory in the pre-final. 1,500 metres separates these 4 from the checkered flag, as now the floodgate opens. Oh, and a bit of side-by-side between Shormans and El Fagali. The Lebanese driver pulls back in behind. Radenkovic took the lead, going through into the final corner and onto the final lap. Armand Hamilton is waiting, biding his time, waiting for his opportunity. As a little bit of an assist from behind puts Matej Radenkovic wide, and Shormans and Radenkovic scrub wheels, scrub side walls, and Radenkovic keeps it pinned round the outside, allows El Fagali to get through, and a big mistake that has dropped Matej Radenkovic from the lead of the race down to 5th. He's going to he might lose out 5th as well if he's not very careful. It all came down to one seminal moment, and that was it. And Shormans took full advantage of the situation. So did El Fagali. The checkered flag will be out this time. And Shormans wins the pre-final by not much. El Fagali started outside of the top 10, finishes P2. Armand Hamilton 3rd. Mitchell van Dijk in 4th. Matej Radenkovic, it could have been a win. It ended up being 5th. Lucas Sells, Boluet, Krik Knoren, Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Thomas Behrman round out the top 10. Timo Jungling, Mika van der Pavert, Boaz Maximov, Tino Sidler, Hayan Buguino, Archie Buttle, and well done to Australia's James Anagnostiidis, 17th, ahead of Tom Strehler, Danny Shields and Sebastian Koch rounding out the top 20. Thomas Ingram Hill, Max Cuthbert, Nemanja Jovanovic, Dave Stevens and Ollie Wise round out the top 25. Isaac de Melbeek, one of the second chance qualifiers, finished in 26th. Ahead of Joshua Graham, Marlon Di Salvo, Max Sidursky and Luca Brima, who ran at the top 30. Ruben Verheyen, Thijs van Wijk, Kieran Bardenstein, Carles Kirikovs and Batuan Kulmas ran at the 35 that finished the race. And on lap 10, we lost Francis Mathis-Aumetre. Now it's time for the Senior Road Tax Pre-Final, and here is your starting grid. So, after yesterday, Ethan Jeff Hall was shown to have taken 3 wins, and thereby will start from pole position. Maxence Bouvier will be alongside on the front row. And we've got Sean Butcher and Kai Hunter, Austin Lee and Paul Forquemin, Tommy van der Stroys, Teresa Babichkova, Lewis Gilbert and Mitch Haynott rounding out the top 10. Kai Gillets, Farin Mega, Andrei Petrovic, Days Dames, Devian Ross, Dion van Verven, Jod van Wyk, Jaden Thien, Vic Stevens, Mario Sidler, Bram Mossavada, Mika Barthélemy, Ralph van der Pavert, Luke Neeson, Robbie Stodder, Nolan Lemeray, Zach Scowler, Christoph Saller, Lachlan Robinson, Sam Bergstein, and through the second chance heat, Montego Masson, Matteo Pianezzola, Petra Babichkova, Axel Goes, Sverre Ubben, and Matthew Higgins. So once again, another 13 minutes plus an additional lap on the timer. So the drivers will have to get into formation very, very quickly indeed in order to facilitate a very, very clean start. So the red lights are on the starting gantry. The front of the field is very, very nicely packed, and there's been a little bit of a touch between 2 drivers. I think one of them was Mario Sidler and maybe Mika Barthélemy, but the revs rise, the lights are out, the Senior Road Tax Pre-Final is underway, and Maxence Bouvier squeezes Ethan Jeff Hall, who does not buckle under the pressure. But there's drivers all over the shop. Brahma Savada cutting through the grass through no fault of his own inadvertently through into turn number 2, but several drivers using the runoff area in order to avoid an accident. They make their way through into turn number 6 for the opening time. Now Ethan Jeff Hall has got Sean Butcher breathing down the back of his race overalls. Austin Lee's not too far behind. He's getting bumped from behind, courtesy of Maxence Bouvier, Paul Forquemin rounding out the top 5. And then, who is that? That's Lewis Gilbert. Lewis Gilbert has shot like a rocket up the order, and he's now currently in 5th position. Gilbert started on the inside of row number 5, but then Forquemin has been edged out through turn number 2. Everyone's wrestling to get through, even Teresa Babichkova, and she started in P8. Kai Gillets now up into 9th and is waiting to see what happens in front. There is the 361 of Serbia's Andrei Petrovic, who celebrated his birthday yesterday. He's got Tommy van der Stroys not too far behind either. So it's very, very, very hotly contested in this pre-final. Kai Hunter has got the likes of, that is going to be Austin Lee, Teresa Babichkova. There is Relitz up the inside of Austin Lee, trying to get through on turn 2. Paul Forquemin's not too far behind. He gets past on Relitz through turn 3. In the meantime, behind Sean Butcher, who now has the race lead in his pockets. As that was Farin Mega, I've just seen, back after a significant injury earlier on this year. Meant 2 operations on his left elbow. He's come back, and he might be using this as a tune-up for next week's opening round of the 2023 Euro Trophy season. And we've got several drivers going nearly 2-3 wide coming out of turn number 9. But at the front, Sean Butcher has gotten away and clear. He is now nearly a second up the road, and Teresa Babishkova is saying to Osni, come on, just get on with it. Let's just push forward. Teresa Babishkova, the only driver that decided to, oh dearie me, that is the 305, Mitch Haynert, who started 10th. That is such a bitter pill to swallow for the 305 from the Netherlands, running with TB Kart. Netherlands themselves, also Axel Goes, who is in this race, is another part of that stable. And Maxence Bouvier is trying to close on in to Ethan Jeff Hall. Now Babishkova decides now's the time to pounce and goes up the inside of Austin Lee, who gets pulled for Quemen, robustly going up his inside. That opens the door for Kai Gilletz, and then Tommy van der Sloys. That could also be the fact that that is Farin Mega, who's also just gotten through. So 8 minutes and 32 seconds still on the timer remaining. Drivers changing positions unceremoniously. Quite a few have occurred over the past few laps, as there is up the inside of the 301 of Maxence Bouvier, Lewis Gilbert, the pride of Scotland. From Dolorian Ayrshire, he gets through. Now up into third position. Could have won a heat yesterday had it not been for the robust late lunge by Tommy van der Sloys in the final race that gave the 354 from the Netherlands a time penalty post-race. Nolan Lemeray, has also gone out, and he started down in 26th. And so Haynert, a lap later, it's not been an easy one, but a very textbook move by Lewis Gilbert. Knows this track very, very well, loves this track. It always has got a big grin on his face every time he's here. And that is another position lost, courtesy of Kai Hunter. So Maxence Bouvier drops down to 5th place. Next up, not too far behind, will be the likes of Teresa Babishkova, Kai Gilletz, Tommy van der Sloys, and Farin Mega, amongst others. And still, the onslaught continues as Gilbert now is looking to see if he can get past Ethan Jeff Hall. That's the battle for P2 on the road through into turn 5. Gilbert, is he going to send it? Yes, he will, because the door was opening. Saw his opportunity. And Ethan Jeff Hall doing a little bit of bump drafting down the back straightaway into turn number 7. 34 drivers still circulating, the last of which being Bram Mossewaarde from the Netherlands in the 376. Not an easy start for the Dutch driver. Had a great run of finishes to get himself into the top 25 and automatically going through. Looks like Andrej Petrovic might have just lost a position to Taze Dams, as Sean Butcher still has a comfortable lead of 1.1 seconds. Well, it was Petrovic that has got past Austin Lee. Lachlan Robinson, who started down in 29th position, has steadily made his way up to 16th place in the field. So 5 minutes still to go. 8 have been completed, and there's an additional lap to follow. Sean Butcher's lead at the moment might look a little bit unassailable. But in the meantime, Kai Hilitz has gotten past Teresa Babišková. That is for 6th position. Van der Stroy's completing the top 8 thus far. And there is Farin Mega. Top 9 last time were covered by just over 3.3 seconds as Tommy van der Stroy gets through on Teresa Babišková through into turn number 7. And now it's Farin Mega's turn to go up the inside of the Czech Republic driver from Teps Racing Team. And he gets through. That's 8th position for the German. 2018 Grand Finals Minimax champion. That year when the Grand Finals headed to Conde Paraiba in Brazil. Now the gap is still very much in favour of Sean Butcher for the race lead. 1.255 seconds ahead of Lewis Gilbert, who's towing along Ethan Jeffhall rather nicely. Kai Hunter is about 0.4 of a second adrift. So still 34 drivers circulating. Sean Butcher extends his lead to 1.3 seconds. And another change. Maxence Bouvier has lost out to Tommy van der Stroy in the battle for 5th position. So the youngster from The Hague in the Netherlands now through for P5, but that has quickly changed as Maxence Bouvier gets back past through into turn 6 and then sternly defends into turn number 7. But it has been very much metronomic from Sean Butcher. The minute he hit the front of the field, no one else has been able to get close to him. But this train here, which looks to be led by Maxence Bouvier, who has got Farin Mega just behind, along with Tommy van der Stroy, Teresa Babišková. Lachlan Robinson still ahead of Jaden Teen at the moment, as Farin Mega was looking up the inside. So Robinson now into 15th position, trying to slowly climb his way up the order. Might be some more positions available in the final a little bit later on at 3:35 p.m. But we're into the final 30 seconds of the race itself, plus an additional lap. So 2 more laps to go, including this one. And Sean Butcher leads the way. Timer now has hit 0. Frantic activity happening around 6th position. As Tommy van der Stroys looks towards the inside of turn number 6 on Maxence Bouvier. Can't get through at this particular juncture. And then Paul Fouquemin, I think that was round the... Was that round the outside at turn number 9? That was a great move if he managed to pull that one off. But Sean Butcher will now see the last lap board. Winner of the opening round of the Ultimate Kart Championship back at Wilton Mill last week. And next week goes into defending his crown as the current Euro Trophy Senior Champion. He's ahead by over 1.3 seconds from Lewis Gilbert. Ethan Jeff Hall in 3rd, Kai Gillett, Kai Hunter, Tommy van der Stroys, Maxence Bouvier, Teresa Babichkova, Devien Rost and Paul Fouquemin round out the top 10, and that was Farin Mega that the Frenchman managed to get past. So Butcher makes his way through turn number 9. 3 more corners remain for the 302. The Australian based out of London representing the United Kingdom. Checkered flag will be prepared this time, and it waves. Sean Butcher wins the pre-final, provisionally putting himself on pole position. Gilbert will line up alongside him on the front row. Ethan Jeff Hall and Kai Gillett, 3rd and 4th, Kai Hunter, Tommy van der Stroys, Maxence Bouvier, Teresa Babichkova, Devien Rost and Farin Mega round out the top 10. Paul Fouquemin, Thijs Daams, Austin Lee, Andrei Petrovic, Jaden Teen, Vic Stevens, Dion van Werven, Luke Neeson, Lachlan Robinson, Christoph Sala, Mika Barthélemy, Matthew Higgins makes it to 22nd by the checkered ahead of Jot van Wijk, Matteo Pianizzola, Montego Masson, Robbie Stoddard, Sam Bergstein, Sverre Uppen, Mario Sidler, Zach Scowler, Petra Babichkova, Axel Goes, Ralph van der Pevert with Bram Ossevarde in 34th position. With Mitch Haynett retiring on lap 3 and Nolan Lemarais on the 2nd lap of this race. Now we go in for the DD2 Pre-Final, and here is your starting grid. Once again, it'll be Tom Bracken and Enzo Bol, a repeat of yesterday's Pre-Final that will start on the front row. Today's Babičková, fresh out of senior road tax, into the deep end at DD2. She'll line up alongside Vili-Viljainen on row 2. Patrick Snolls, Lokmelis and Victor Frostbay on row 2. Carl Gustav Borgard and Maxim Dirks on row 4. Kilian Gerhardt and Jules Cousin round out the top 10 ahead of Martin Sionovskis, Emil Zachmans, Lucas Bernot, Ilias Kalajek-Manis, Imke Arts, Nicolas Guillaume, Kane Cherian, Enzo Boulogne, Mats Johan Overhoff, Marcelo Wegner-Pahord, Jori Klebort, Jori Westerlaken, and we got Nicky Pedersen and Kian de Brandt rounding out the 24-strong grid. So the drivers now going on to their official formation lap ahead of 13 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. Out of the final corner, red lights on the gantry, lights are out, we are underway, and a good start by the front rows, the field fans out going into turns 1 and 2. Babičková looking to get round the outside of Patrick Snolls, Lokmelis, so does Enzo Bol as he dropped off of the front row and managed to fight his way back, and Lokmelis nearly into the side of him through turn number 4, but Enzo Bol hangs on, runs a little bit wide through into turn 6. Lokmelis was looking towards the inside, it was 3 wide, a little bit further back. Maybe with the likes of Jori Klebort up towards the outside of turn number 6, as Enzo Bol has not just lost out 1 place, he could lose 2, he could lose 3, he has lost 3 to Lokmelis, Vili-Viljainen and Victor Frostbay. Carl Borgard is not too far adrift, it's nearly 3 wide coming into turn number 10. One driver has to take to the runoff area on the opening lap. You can do so to avoid any incidents, but after that, if it's all 4 wheels off, someone just touched the grass on the exit of turn 12 with the left rear wheel and kicked up the dust off of the grass. Lucas Bernot trying to see if he can get past on the 401 of Kilian Gerhardt from France. But Enzo Bol has dropped all the way down to 6th position. He's got Victor Frostbay and Maxim Dirks not too far behind. But then Enzo Bol sees a window of opportunity and gets past on Carl Gustav Borgard. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Tom Bracken leads the way. Teresa Babičková in 2nd. Vili-Viljainen, Patrick Snolls, Lokmelis, Enzo Bol. And now the gesticulation comes from Victor Frostbay as Maxim Dirks went, well, if you think we're going to go after him, I want to lead that charge and I'm going to get ahead of you. And that's exactly what he did. Jori Klebort, unfortunately, will be retiring from the race after what was a very difficult start for the driver, the son of resident DD2 Masters 2-time champion, Karl Klebort. He's a little bit further back. There's a bit of toing and froing going on. And Nicolas Guillaume in the 444 between a bit of a rock and a hard place. And that was Enzo Boulogne firing it past. He's got the likes of Kane Cherian and quite a few others Trying to get through. Lucas Bernot is in the trenches at the moment. He's battling away with a few drivers. Jules Cousin, Kylian Guérin, maybe Maxime Delix as well for good measure. Three minutes down, 10 to go. And Tom Bracken has the lead of nearly 0.8 of a second ahead of Teresa Babišková at this time. Maxime Delix wants to get past Carl Gustav Borgard just up ahead. It's easy enough to chase people down. Something completely different. You want to try and pass them, and Delix now leads that trio. That's the battle for 6th position. Here is the battle for what will be 3rd on the road, because you've got Ville Villainen, Patrick Snolls-Lokmeres, and Enzo Bol in the fray for this one. Enzo Bol, oh, and someone has just, well, luckily enough, just managed to stop, and that is the 423. The 423 has just come to an immediate halt. Looked like the 423 to me, but one driver, yep, that's Marcelo Vigna-Parod, who has managed to rejoin, but very, very slowly at the front end of the field. Enzo Bol has set the fastest lap of the race. Teresa Babišková now has to start chasing down Tom Bracken. The gap between the pair is now just over a second after the first 5 laps. There is the number 454 of Emils Akmans, hot on the heels of both Victor Frostbay and Carl Gustav Borgard. And now Borgard pulls to the right, Akmans to the outside, Kylian Guérin on the inside, and Akmans has to wrestle with the French driver to get through or stay ahead, and does so convincingly. Just was fully committed, and when you are not getting past, there you go. Lucas Bernot now starting to catch them, as is Jules Cousin from France. A little bit further up the order, Enzo Bol pulls the trigger and gets past. That'll be Ville Villainen, who is now in 5th place. Was 3rd until Patrick Snolls-Lokmeres had something to say about it. And by golly, did the Latvian do so. So still 7 minutes to go, plus an additional lap of this race. So the way Tom Bracken is going about the business at hand, he stays. This will be exactly a repeat of what happened yesterday. Bracken is leading, and that gap was just under 1.9 seconds between him and Teresa Babišková. Lokmeres is now trying to push. Emils Akmans has the fastest lap of this race so far, a 54.452, as we hit 6.5 minutes. That's half time. And that is the 454 of Akmans past Lucas Bernot from Canada in the 450. There's Martin Janowskis as well for close company in the 422. Then Jules Cousin, Enzo Boulogne. And then the 444 of Nicolas Guillaume. Mats-Johan Overhoff running at the top 16 positions. He's about 1.6 seconds off of the back of the 444 at this moment. Still, Enzo Bol is holding on to 3rd place. Well, he was 4th. He's now third because he managed to get past Patrick Knowles Lockmellis. Now Bowler's trying to stretch the legs on that SP Motorsport Cup Republic chassis and try and close in on those in front. Kilian Gerhard sets the fastest lap of the race last time around, 54.290. Has that been bettered this time as the drivers make their way across the finish? Enzo Boll has bettered that and has gone in with a 54.263, and he is 1.3 seconds off of Teresa Babičková at this time. Further back, Nicolas Guillaume has got Mats Johan Overhoff for close company. So Marcelo Vigna-Parod out, Jordi Klebot out on the opening lap. On to lap number 10, a bit of side-by-side action between Guillaume and Overhoff, and Guillaume looks to have gotten through. Ville Villainen, in the meantime, has dropped all the way down to the back end of the field in 22nd position out of the 22 runners that have still been circulating. So it looks like Ville Villainen, well, he's still waiting for him to come through into sector number 3, but it looks like the Finn has parked the kart. So his race looks like it's going to be over, I'm afraid. Never one thing that you want to happen, especially at this crucial point. Of the race weekend. So Guillaume now ahead of Overhoff for 14th position. Top 20 now currently rounded out by Kane Cherian from the United Arab Emirates. And there are some big gaps. There's also some very, very finite ones as well. Lockmellis takes a look over his right shoulder, sees that Maxim Dix is not that far behind. The gaps are starting to slightly dwindle from the odd occasion. Kilian Gerhard has the fastest lap of the race so far, 54.187. So 27 seconds on the timer remains, plus an additional lap. So we're going to go on to lap number 15 out of 16. A little bit of a dogfight starting to happen between Patrick Snolls, Lockmellis in 5th, Maxime Dirix ahead of him, and Victor Frostbay behind him. And with the fact that Lockmellis went a little bit wide into turn number 6, that's allowed Frostbay to get through on the inside at turn number 7. So 21 out of 24 drivers still circulating as the timer has expired. Last lap is now currently underway with Tom Bracken having nearly a 1.2 second advantage over Teresa Babišková. Enzo Boll rounds out the top 3. But Bracken has done exactly a repeat of what happened yesterday. And the young Belgian based locally, comes out of the final corner. He again wins a second pre-final in succession. Great work by Teresa Babišková, having a bit more luck on her side, taking second ahead of Enzo Boll, Maxime Dirix, Victor Frostbay, Patrick Snolls, Lockmellis, Kilian Gerhardt, Emils Akmans, Carl Gustaf Borgaard and Martins Janowskis round out the top 10 positions. Lucas Pernod finishes 11th ahead of Jules Cousin with Enzo Boulogne, Mats Johan Overhoff and Nicky Pedersen rounding out the top 15. Nicolas Guillaume, Imke Arts, Jori Westerlaken, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Kane Cherian and Kian de Brandt being the last of the 21 classified finishers after 16 laps of racing. Vili Villainen retired on lap 9 and Marcelo Vigna-Parod on lap 4 with Jordi Klebo unfortunately eliminated on the opening lap. Now we go to the DD2 Pre-Final, DD2 Masters Pre-Final here on Sunday. Here is your starting grid. So following on from timed qualifying, it was Dennis Thum that took pole position with Nicolas Picot on the front row alongside him. Not much between them, less than 2 tenths. Nikolai Christensen and Thomas Piet will round out row 2. Michael Becker and Karl Klebold will round out row 3. Luca Filipponi, Yannick Nielsen, Christophe Capitain and Dimitri Ostrovsky will round out the top 10. Christoph Adams, Igor Mukin, Dominic Hummels, Timo Haug, Lennart Schreiber, Andreas Neumann and Juris Salaitis round out the 17-strong grid. So the drivers now make their way onto the formation lap. Ahead of 13 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. Now the drivers make their way out of the final corner. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, lights are out. First time of asking. A very good start by Dennis Thum as Nikolai Christensen looked towards the inside of Nicolas Picot going through, and we've had someone go off, exit stage left, and that is Andreas Neumann. And there is the 575 of Germany's Timo Haug. And the back axle on Neumann's car is bent like a good one, and that is not going anywhere whatsoever. It's bouncing up and down like a good one. And that just goes to show how quickly the slightest amount of contact can throw your race a curveball. But in the meantime, Dennis Thum is not going to have it all his own way, because look who's it's the charge of the Marseillaise, courtesy of Nicolas Picot, who's got past the 517, the pole sitter, and now the race is on. Thum manages to slipstream back past him out of the final corner into turns 1 and 2, but keep your eyes on who's behind them. Michael Becker in 4th, Nikolai Christensen in 3rd place. Karl Klebold up to P5, and Luca Filipponi is just behind him. And you've got the likes of Christophe Capitain running at the top 8. It's Thomas Piet from Germany. And now there's a bit of a lunge up the inside of Karl Klebold because Luca Filipponi was looking there. Tried to get through. Wasn't enough room. But this could add maybe some other drivers to this, because Yannick Nielsen may not be that far behind. Christoph Adams rounds out the top 10. Then it's Dominic Hummels, Dimitri Ostrovsky, Igor Mukin, Juris Salaitis and Lennart Schreiber, as that's the 10.5 up the inside of Karl Klebold. And Filipponi goes over the right-hand side wheels. That compromises Klebold. Pierre's got on up the inside of Christophe Capitan as a direct result, and then sends it up the inside of the 502 through turn 9. Clebor says, no, you do not. And Filipponi, has also got a bent back axle. The left rear wheel is vibrating. As soon as he had that contact, even he's just had the same fate as a certain Andreas Neumann. You make the slightest contact, and if it's rear wheel to rear wheel, someone's rear axle is going to buckle. Yannick Nielsen up the inside of Christophe Capitan to take the position. That's now 7th for the Dane. It has the Danish colours, but also a nice little bit of a checkered flag look to that race helmet. A little bit further behind, there is a bit of a keen battle for 9th position, which involves Ostrovsky, Adams. Well, Adams is a little bit further ahead, but he's closing in on Christophe Capitan, I believe. So Christophe has been on a... Well, I think he's pretty much raced every chassis in his career. And also there has been some news from BRP Rotax regarding the actual chassis allocations for this year's Grand Finals, which returns to Bahrain for 2023 between the 2nd and the 9th of December. So Thomas Pitt has got Carl Clebor not too far behind. This is a battle for position. And this is going to be for 5th place. Carl was in that place before Thomas Piet decided to ceremoniously take that off him. So there's going to be quite a lot of changes possibly over the next few moments, because we still have 7 minutes and 54 seconds still remaining. But at the minute, Dennis Thum is leading the way, but Nicolas Picot has just put in the fastest lap last time around. Gap between them is just over 3/10. It now has extended to nearly double. So the Grand Finals this year will have 4 different chassis partners, with Birrell ART running DD2 and Minimax. IPK Karting, Praga by IPK Karting will be Micromax and Junior Rotax. The Charles Leclerc brand makes its return, as that was on the... it was confirmed for the cancelled Grand Finals in Bahrain, but that will be for this class, funny enough, DD2 Masters. And Sodicat will be supporting Senior Rotax, E20 Senior and E20 Senior Masters. So 6 minutes and 18 seconds still remain on the timer. Top 10 covered by just under 6.7 seconds. Fastest lap of the race held by the leader at the moment, who did that on lap number 6, Dennis Thum. And of course, we've had 2 bent axles, so Andreas Neumann and Luca Filipponi both suffering the same fate within a couple of laps of each other. Christophe Adams, in the meantime, has caught and passed Christophe Capitan for 8th position. But Yannick Nielsen has made his way past Carl Clebor and also is closing in on Thomas Piat, who's definitely gone for the man in black look with the chrome-style tinted visor on the 505 with the race suit and helmet combo. But Nicolas Picot is trying to chip away at that race lead gap between Picot and Toom. Picot in second, Toom in first. Is exactly 3/4 of a second. And there is Thomas Piat getting the place back off of Yannick Nielsen. Carl Clebor has got the fire back in the belly in the 502. Man also known as either the fastest baker in Flanders, that's the long version of the nickname, or de Bakker, which is basically the baker in either Flemish or Dutch, whichever one what you want to call it. As Yannick Nielsen again switches positions with Thomas Piat. So it's either, no, to me, to you, to me, to you. That's exactly what it looks like at the moment. So just 3.5 minutes plus an additional lap still remaining in this DD2 Masters Pre-Final. We've already had 2 races. This is race number 3 out of 4 this weekend. Things behind Carl Clebor are closing up. Christophe Adams is there. Christophe Capitan is there. Dimitri Ostrovsky's not far adrift either. Neither are the 2 behind him, Igor Mukin and Dominic Hummels. So there could be an absolute free-for-all from 5th backwards. And there, oh, that's shades of old from Christophe Adams. Up the inside of Carl Clebor through turn number 2. Got the run out of the final turn, centred up the inside. That's classic Christophe Adams right there. And between him and Carl Clebor, they've taken a total of 5 DD2 Masters titles, as Christophe Capitan also gets through on the 502. And Dimitri Ostrovsky not that far behind in the number 515 Paralin chassis, or BRL ART chassis. We did have a Paralin chassis running with Timo Haug in the 575, but that kart was out on the first lap. So is the one of Andreas Neumann with the bent axle. 2 minutes to go, and we've got another driver coming in. Oh, that is Carl Clebor, I believe. He's just pulled that into the pits. Might have had a technical drama, whether it might have been engine related, I'm not 100% sure. So we're getting into the final throws of the last pre-final of the weekend, and Dennis Toom has comfortably been extending his lead lap after lap, and it extends to nearly 1 3/4 seconds. Christophe Adams battling away with Christophe Capitan for 7th position with the 555, still holding on to that place. The pace from Dennis Toom has been absolutely relenting. This is just a showcase of his driving skill behind the wheel. He comes out of the final corner. 2 more laps to go. On to lap number, what will be 15 out of 16. Nicolas Picot nearly 2 seconds adrift. He's been the closest challenger all weekend long. It just seems that there's been something else found by Dennis Toom and the team at Kraft Motorsport to really help maximise the package and the performance of both driver and kart. To have that extensive a lead, I have seen leads considerably more than that, but just the way that Dennis Toom has been able to metronomically pull away from the rest of the field. Timer has now expired. This will be the last lap of the pre-finals for round number 1 of the season. 1,360 metres for Dennis Toom to negotiate as he goes on to the 16th and final lap of this race. Picot nearly 2.3 seconds adrift. Then it's Nikolai Christensen, Michael Becker and Yannick Nielsen rounding out the top 3. Christophe Capitan still trying to get past the veteran that is Mr. Christophe Adams. The most decorated Grand Finals qualifier. Would have been 16 times had the rescheduled and relocated 2020 Grand Finals actually taken place. So, and he's represented 3 different nationalities: France, Belgium, and most recently, the Netherlands. But Dennis Toom, again, continues his clean sweep of the weekend in this class. Out of the final corner, the 517 from Kraft Motorsport, Dennis Toom, makes it 3 from 3. Can he do the clean sweep later on? Well, you're going to have to wait and find out. Nicolas Picot, a solid 2nd position again. Nikolai Christensen once again in 3rd place. A run to the line a little bit further back between Christophe Adams and Christophe Capitan, with the former securing 7th. Yannick Nielsen and Thomas Piet rounded out the top 6, with Dmitry Ostrovsky and Cyprus's Igor Mukin rounding out the top 10. Dominic Hummels, Joris Salaitis and Lennart Schreiber rounded out the 13 drivers that completed all 16 laps, with Carl Clebor retiring with a technical problem on lap 11. Luca Filipponi with contact with one of the other drivers, getting a bent back axle, retiring on lap 2. Timo Haug and Andreas Neumann out for the count on the opening lap. Now it's time for our first of 5 finals here on the last day of the opening round of the season. It's Minimax. Let's have a look at the starting grid. So after the pre-final earlier on, it's going to be an all-British front row as Jacob Ashcroft and Albert Friend will be on the front row. Denny Babacek and Rory Armstrong, row 2. Lucas Dorder and Carty Clark, row 3. Felipe Reyes and Boris Verhaag on row 4, with Maxime Becker and Cole Denham rounding out the top 10. Lars Lambers, Thomas Verheyen, Victor Reutz, João Maria Pereira, Alexander Van Meeuwen, Lienthe Moonen, Jack Freeman, Oliver Warner, Zen Lindemann and Lieke van Berkel round out the top 20. Ryan Gandor, Jeff Verbeek, Tristan Shays, Finn Albert Jorgensen, and we've got Christian Segerson, Bran van der Weken, Maria Roberto, Andres Gallup, Ryan Rampadarath, Ryan Rivers, Kieran Stewart, Nikita Lubimov, Leo Gonzalez, Vic van Kampenhout, Adrien Stions and Seis Moyes, rounding out the 36-strong grid. So for the Minimax drivers, it will be a 13 minutes plus 1 additional lap race. There was also on the start, on the moving away from the grid, that Thomas Verheyen had a slight issue and actually banged the engine on the right-hand side of the chassis with a little bit of frustration. But hopefully he might have made it through into his grid position, which will be on the outside of row number 6, which looks to be the case. Drivers now steadily make their way through turn number 11. All 36 drivers in tightly packed, organised formation. So, out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The Minimax final gets underway first time. As everyone starts to fan out, Ashcroft leads the way, Babacek looking up the inside, going into turn number 2. And Babacek also trying to get through into third place. It's 3 wide going through into turn 4. One driver makes the opportunity work. As Rory Armstrong looks, and we've had a multiple kart incident. It's a big pile-up off of turn number 6. That is at least a third of the field. We've got the 123 in there, the 117. We've got Sen Lindemann involved in that. The 129 is also there. It is gridlocked at turn number 6. And we have a full course yellow. It looks like we've got a full course yellow. Yes, a full course yellow as a direct correlation to that incident. So the 123, that was Ryan Rivers involved. Cleanup is underway. A very good judgment call by our race director to call a full course caution on that one. A big amount of drivers. And it all started from around, the field were making their way through into turn number 5. Things were bunching up quite a bit. And it's on the approach into the braking zone into turn number 6. Now, the top 6 drivers made their way through, but it was behind that everything started, where one kart was found to go backwards, collided with one, and then it set off a big chain reaction. In that involved were Leo Gonzalez, Ryan Rivers, Kieran Stewart, Oliver Warner, Lucas Dorder. So basically 6 drivers have been eliminated on the spot, and it was like a massive traffic jam on the N25. The amount of drivers that were affected on that. Zen Lindemann was in all of that, but I think he might have managed to get going again. And it just goes to show that one mistake by the smallest amount of contact can cause that to happen. And there were quite a few changes of position happening until that point, but it was just like everything after P8 it was just like people had to avoid. They were having to go onto the grass through the inside of turn 6. Some managed to get away, you know, and then there were carts either on top of each other. You know, Ryan Rivers was trying to lift, you know, push his cart back, get in, start the engine. And that was why the full course yellow was called. So that's just the way that it goes sometimes, that you have that kind of an incident. But we will have a full course yellow until the race director deems it appropriate for the green flag to be waved. So it's going to be that we'll have 4 drivers not taking any further part. The main thing is that everybody is okay. That is the main takeaway from this. So we have lost Lucas Lauder, Oliver Warner, Kieran Stewart, and Switzerland's Leo Gonzalez. So 32 drivers will be restarting the race in the following order: Ashcroft, Friend, Babicek, Armstrong, Denholm, Clark, Verhaag, Verheyen, Van Berkel, Shays, Segerson, Jorgensen. Looks like Maria Roberto has really profited from this. She started 27th, currently 13th, according to the timing as I last saw it. Gallup from Denmark, Lubimov, Lambers, Campenhout, Rambadarat, Sismois, Freeman, Tions, Gandor, Felipe Reis, Jeffrey Baker, Van Meeuwen, Maxime Becker, Bran van der Weken, Zen Lindemann, Jenthi Moonen, João Maria Pereira, and Victor Oits and Ryan Rivers. So we are counting the timer down. They're now being told to slow. And on this particular lap, we will be back to green flag racing. So once they see the green flag, we saw a perfect textbook restart by Jaden Thien yesterday in one of the senior Rotax heats. As now, green flag waves are back underway. Good start by all of the field. They can't overtake until they get past they can accelerate and then overtake past the yellow line, but there has been a change. Rory Armstrong has gotten past Denny Babicek on the restart, going through into turn 2. And now the action resumes once again. The field a little bit more spread out than it was when we had that incident very early doors. There's quite a few of the drivers making their way through the field, making their way up the order. So a lengthy train is forming. It is being led by Jacob Ashcroft at this time. Albert Friend in second. It was not much between them at the end of the pre-final earlier on. They were literally wheeled to a side pod as they come across the line. That's now lap number 4 in the books. The slipstream is going to start being effective for those drivers outside of the top 12, maybe 15 drivers. Babicek is losing more places because Cole Denham and Kai Clark are trying to get past him. Denham already has done. Clark was looking towards the outside. Looks like Boris Verhaag is trying to get his elbows out as well. He's trying to get through on Babicek, I believe, into turn 7. Can't get through. Runs a little bit wide and someone's gone off, and that is... Oh, that was a rejoin for the 180 of Thomas Verheyen. He held on to that one. And now the 112 closing in on him on this particular occasion. And that is Nikita Lubimov from Estonia. .165 of Finn Albert Jorgensen is there or thereabouts. As now we're going to get a real... Oh, we're going to get a 3 wide into turn number 1 and 2. It was Ashcroft up the inside of Armstrong, who was side by side with Albert Friend. And Armstrong now up into second. Cole Denham has closed on in. The top four after that last lap were covered by just over 0.4 of a second. Armstrong looking for, well, it's friend up the inside of Armstrong for P3. Denham looking to go side by side with the youngster from Northern Ireland. Down the Europolan into turn 7. Denham gets through for P3. Babicek waiting in the wings. Verhaag waiting in the wings. Kai Clark. And then Lieke van Berkel is now up into a genuine 8th position. And she started in 20th. 5 minutes and 20 seconds still to go in this final, plus an additional lap. Alexander Van Meeuwen's made his way up to 21st. Bran van der Beken and Ryan Rivers look to be retiring from this race as now the race lead is being contested. It's nearly 2 wheels on the grass from Albert Friend as he goes up the inside. And what a run from absolutely nowhere by the pairing of Cole Denham and Rory Armstrong, who absolutely puts it around the outside of Albert Friend through turn 3 and into turn 4, and he takes second. Albert Friend back up the inside through turn 6 as that is Boris Verhaag trying to go toe-to-toe with Cole Denham. And that's going to be a bit close. Denham runs a little bit wide. Clark might have just gotten through. There's Babicek. There's Van Berkel. There's Lubimov as well. With that lengthy full course caution to clear up the mess on turn 6, it really has compacted the field. So down to 30 we go. Now, it's Cole Denham who leads the way. Jacob Ashcroft is now down in 6th position. Albert Friend now takes back the lead. Rory Armstrong in 3rd. 4th, it's Kai Clark. Boris Verhaag, Jacob Ashcroft now down in 6th position. That was sideways, crossed up from Cole Denham. That allowed him to get through on the inside of Albert Friend, who gives an assist to Rory Armstrong. And it's a strawberry 1-2 at the front of the field. Kai Clark now into 4th position, ahead of Boris Verhaag. Jacob Ashcroft is also closing back in on the quintet in front. 3.5 minutes still to go. And Rory Armstrong at the front of the field. Down into turn 10 at Cafe Corner. Armstrong leads the way. Friend in 2nd. Denham. Then it's Clark. Then it's Verhaag, Ashcroft, Lubimov. Van Berkel is there. Up the inside, that was Boris Verhaag on Kai Clark. And now that's going to give the opportunity for Jacob Ashcroft to pick up the slipstream. Maybe even Nikita Lubimov. And Verhaag is close to losing 3 places. And it does happen because the Estonian gets through. Babicek now gets the crossover through turn 3. Van Berkel also gets through and tangles wheels with the 133, who's off the track off of turn number 5. Now at the front of the field, it's still those two up front. It's Rory Armstrong and Albert Friend. A lot of positional changes in the past couple of minutes. And now it's a case of trying to do your level best, stay where you are, try and defend if you can, attack if you must. And then there is a move by Lars Lambers. That was on Lieke van Berkel for position. That's for 9th on in the running order as it stands. And Van Berkel's just been forced off the track, and that was by Vic van Kampenhout in the 124. Van Kampenhout went for the move, might have just outbraked himself and took Van Berkel with him. A real shame for Lieke van Berkel. She was doing ever so well up until that point. But now the two up front are starting to pull a little bit of a gap over those just behind. And there's a trio of Dan Holland racing carts, followed by a Bouvin power cart in the form of Cole Denham, Kai Clark, Jacob Ashcroft and Nikita Lubimov, the latter being from Estonia. 1.5 minutes still to go, and Ashcroft now decides, right, let's get on with it. Gets through on Kai Clark through turn 9. Lubimov now gets through on the 167 at the very next corner at the right-hander at 10. So there's going to be 3 more laps to go, including this one. We're now on to lap number 11. Armstrong's lead over Friend was just 83 thousandths, and Friend decides now, I've got to start moving. I've got to get through, and he does so through turn 2. Top 5 were covered by just over 1.2 seconds. The top 7, including Denny Babacek in the 1:15, were covered by 1.6 seconds. So 2 more laps to go after this one, and it's not quite over yet. It's not over until the checker flag falls. Armstrong is just over a 1/10.5 behind Albert Friend, and the trio behind are closing, most notably Denholm and Ashcroft. The top 4 covered by just over 6/10. And now Denholm up the inside of Armstrong. Is Ashcroft going to get through? He might. They have a little bit of a sidewall rub. Ashcroft to the inside of Armstrong, through into turn 7. And then Lubimov tries to get through as well, but gets the door quite firmly shut in the general direction of the front fairing of that 112 entry. And now Ashcroft and Denholm don't have long to go because the timer has expired. Albert Friend leads the way, going through into turn 10 for the penultimate time. It's all about what happens now. As Lubimov up the inside of Armstrong for P4 through turn 12. Last lap is underway. Albert Friend still leads. His advantage now over 0.3 of a second. Cole Denholm now goes for the lead, and he came from way back, absolutely way back, and he took the lead from Albert Friend like it was nothing. And Albert Friend goes up to the inside, and Cole Denholm off the circuit. That allows Ashcroft to get through, Armstrong to get through. Lubimov gives Armstrong a little bit of a touch from behind. Cole Denholm gesticulating as if to say, what on earth was that? And now Ashcroft and Friend, the rivalry re-emerges. Now there's just this and 3 more corners, as now Denny Babacek looks to the inside, forces Cole Denholm off the circuit. And oh, Babacek gets spun off himself. And backwards goes Denny Babacek. And the frustration clear to see. But out of the final corner, what's going to happen? The final is going to be won. It is Great Britain's Albert Friend that wins the final. Ashcroft in second. Armstrong takes third. Lubimov and Clark round out the top 5. Cole Denholm finishing in 6th position. Lars Lambers, Felipe Reyes, Boris Verhaag and Germany's Maxim Becker round out the top 10. Great recovery for Alexander Van Meeuwen, who finishes in 11th ahead of Thomas Verheyen, Finn Albert Jorgensen, Jack Freeman and Cés Moyes, who ran out the top 15. Completing the top 20, Adrien Stions, João Maria Pereira, Andreas Jerup, Tristan Shays, and well done to Maria Roberto from the UK in 20th. Jent Moonen, Lieke van Berkel, Jeff Verbeek, Ryan Gandor, Christian Segerson, Zen Lindemann, Victor Reutz, Ryan Rampadarath finishing in 28th. Denny Babacek with just 3 corners to go, unfortunately out of the race. Vic van Kampenhout out on lap 11, Bran van der Weyken on lap 3, Ryan Rivers on lap 3, with Lucas Stoddard, Oliver Warner, Kieran Stewart and Leo Gonzalez out on the multi-cart incident that occurred on the opening lap at turn 6. We now get underway with the Junior Rotax final here on Sunday, and this is your starting order. Following on from a significant amount of post-race penalties, it's going to be Lebanon's Christopher El Faghali on pole position. Joining him on the front row will be from the Netherlands, Mitchell van Dijk, Matej Denkovic and Bolowet making an all-Belgian row 2. Krit Knoren and Thomas Behrman will be on row 3. Casper Schrommens and Timo Jungling, row 4 with Mika van der Pavert and Armand Hamilton rounding out the top 10 positions. Boaz Maximov and Tino Sidler will be on row 6. Row 7, Ryan Bourguignon and Lucas Els representing France. Archie Buttle from Great Britain and Tom Sörle from Latvia. Row 8. Row 9 from Italy, Alberto Kiko Fracassi, and from the UK, Thomas Ingram Hill. From Australia, it's James Anagnostiidis and Danny Shields from the UAE rounding out the top 20. Completing the 36-strong grid is Sebastian Koch, Max Cuthbert, Nemanja Jovanovic, Dave Stevens, Isaac de Melwyk, Joshua Graham, Marlon Di Salvo, Luca Brima, Ollie Wise, Kieran Bartenstein, Carlis Kirikovs, Max Sidursky, Ruben Verheyen, Thijs van Wijk, Batuan Kumas and Mathis Soumetre. So their pre-final was 13 minutes plus an additional lap. This one is slightly longer, 15 minutes plus an additional lap. So in the pre-final, 8 front fairing penalties were handed out, 2 time penalties for pushing, 2 penalties for using the runoff area after the opening lap, and 1 contact by, advantage by contact or causing a collision for 1 driver. And the fastest lap of that race last time out at an average speed of 87.634 kilometers per hour was by Bolowet which was a 55.869 second lap time. So now it is going to be the case of who will be victorious in the final this afternoon. El Faghali on pole position, Van Dijk alongside. Out of the final corner, they split, go into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out, we are good and off and racing. El Faghali leads the field into turns 1 and 2. Radenkovic up into 2nd position. Mitchell van Dijk now finds himself probably in 3rd, maybe 4th, maybe 5th, by the end of maybe 4 corners. And that is the case because Thomas Behrman just got through on him and Mitchell van Dijk has just ended up inadvertently off the circuit. Going on to the approach into turn number 5, there's a little bit of side-by-side action up and down the order. Through into turn 6. As now Bolowet's trying to get on with business at hand, and he's got through on Matej Denkovic and gets up into 2nd. Thomas Behrman now looking up the inside, and he has a little bit of a touch on the right rear. The bumper caves in ever so slightly. Radenkovic runs a little bit wide and Behrman still gets through and takes P3. Radenkovic is going to lose another position. This time it will be to Timo Jungling from Dan Holland Racing. 2-3 wide at the back of the field, going through into the final corner, but El Faghali leads by over 0.4 of a second, and Timo Jungling's around at turn 2. Disaster for the driver from London, and they are still squabbling over real estate like no tomorrow. Mika van der Pavert is trying to get up a little bit further up the top 10, looks to have done so, as they all make their way through again through turn 6. Down the Europalan and not just through the Europalan, through turn 6 and through turn 7. From turn 12 to turns 1 and 2, you're going to get great slipstream. So if you get the perfect exit out of the corner, you're going to do yourself every single favour in the world. El Faghali has got about a 3-kart length lead over Loet. Schorman's now up the inside of Radenkovic through into turn 12. And now it could nearly be 3 wide because at the moment Krit Knoren might be going alongside 2 other drivers. Well, nearly was the case, but Schorman's got a quartet of drivers behind him. Radenkovic, Hamilton, it might be, I think there's Krit Knoren, and there is Mika van der Pavert, who now is up into 8th position, started 9th. As the squabbling continues, Armand Hamilton gets through and Matej Denkovic through turn number 6. And Krit Knoren was also looking for the window of opportunity, but it got closed quite quickly. Now another attempt by Krik Kroeren up the inside of Mateo Dankovic. Mika van der Pavert, younger brother of Ralph, who will be running in seniors on the next race, also trying to get through. There is also the number 204 of Lucas Els, and Switzerland's Tino Sidler now finds himself in the fray. Thomas Ingram Hill and Mitchell van Dijk. Van Dijk, who went off the track a little bit earlier on, now back, pointing in the right direction. As El Fagali having to fight, and Thomas Behrman has got through on the Lebanese driver for the race lead. As we are underway with lap number 4, it's getting a bit close for comfort. Lucas Els goes round the outside, and that would have been more than likely on Mateo Dankovic. Mateo Dankovic has been bumped into the air, and Krik Kroeren has had a double tap, and looks like Lucas Els is in a little bit of discomfort, is moving, and Marshall is on the scene. So Lucas Els having a massive drama there. Came into contact with Mateo Dankovic, and then Krik Kroeren, who went not just once but twice into the air. And we now have a full course caution. Full course caution has been implemented another time, so everyone has to slow down. No overtaking permitted. This is at the 11-minute marker. So driver at turn 6 now being attended to. Drivers have to slow to half speed. It is single file. So this is what we are going to see. We had a full course caution in the Minimax final, didn't we? And that lasted for a significant amount of time because there were multiple carts piled up. Turn 6 seems to be a touch point whereby, well, if one thing happens, you can be guaranteed that there will be a correlating domino effect as an immediate result. But the main thing is that from my position, I can see that Lucas Els is being attended to at the moment. So whilst Lucas Els is being attended to, it's a case of the field now bunching up. Whilst we have the full course caution around the circuit, the timer will count down as part of the regulations. So it neutralises the race, effectively being our safety car phase, if you will, with no... It's like a virtual safety car phase in Formula 1. It has the same application. So the running order at the moment is as follows. Thomas Behrman leads from Christopher El Fagali. Casper Schorman's in third. Boluet, Armand Hamilton, Mika van der Pavert, Mitchell van Dijk, Dave Stevens, Tino Sidler, and Boris Maximov round out the top 10. Alberto Kiko Fracassi, Josh Graham, Tom Serler, Thomas Ingram Hill, Mateo Dankovic, Danny Shields, James Agnostiidis, Ollie Wise, Max Cuthbert, Isaac de Melweek round out the top 20. Kieran Bartenstein, Ruben Verheyen, Krik Kroeren, Thijs van Wijk, Luca Brima, Archie Buttle, Batuan Kumas, Kalis Kirikovs, Ryan Buchwino, Nemanja Jovanovic, Max Sederski, Marlon Di Salvo, Mathis Ometre, Timo Jungling and Sebastian Koch. Those are the 35 drivers still circulating. And we have had a red flag stoppage, ladies and gentlemen. We have had a red flag stoppage at 7 minutes and 47 seconds remaining on the timer in the Junior Rotax Final. Just to give you all an update that the medical team is now on site at turn number 6. Driver is being attended to as we speak. We'll give you any further updates as we happen. But at the moment, with 7 minutes and 47 seconds plus an additional lap of the Junior Rotax Final, we have a full red flag stoppage. So we make a resumption of the Junior Rotax final. The clock was stopped at 7 minutes and 47 seconds plus an additional lap due to an incident at turn 6 involving Lucas Sells, who has been attended to by the medical staff on circuit. And we do have one driver that has been trying to fire up the kart. That is the 256. And that is Ollie Wise from KR Sport. And unfortunately, the young man from the United Kingdom will not be taking any further part. A real shame for him. First venture to the circuit back in 2018 in Micromex, what was back then known as the BNL Rotax Golden Trophy. A real shame for Ollie Wise. And he was due to start in 18th position. So the drivers will go under a full slow lap, and oh, more dramas. And what's more, that is the race leader. Thomas Behrman has just stopped 3/4 of the way down the Europalan. So 2 of the KR Sport karts out before we've even got things back underway. So it will be a restart on this particular occasion, as Thomas Behrman's kart is pulled out of harm's way and the driver's going to have to sit by the sidelines. But the green flag is being prepared. Christopher El Fagali is leading the field out of the final corner. This time they start to accelerate. Green flag, and we are back underway. Now they filter their way through into turns 1 and 2. So it's El Fagali, Shawmans, Loet, Hamilton, and there's more dramas a little bit further behind, involving, looks to be Alberto Kiko Fracassi. So the drivers making their way through turn 6 on the restart. A bit of side-by-side action, 3 wide, and that was between the likes of Timo Jungling, as now Shawmans is battling away with Borlouet, who's trying to get through on the 240 for second position. El Fagali has pulled a slight advantage, as we are now at the 7-minute mark plus an additional lap. It's getting a bit fraught towards the bottom part of the top 10. And now Mika van der Pavert up the inside of Armand Hamilton through the 12th and final corner, and also trying to go through is Tay Stevens. Now Tay Stevens made his way through the second chance heat to get to this point. So did Mika van der Pavert, who also won the second chance heat. So those 2 drivers were uncustomarily out of the ranking after heats, down outside of the top 30. Oh, no, there's dramas for Kasper Schaumann, whose steering has just been broken by an incident with Borlouet, who moved towards the inside at turn 6. Frustration and anger on the body language of Kasper Schaumann right there. And Christopher El Fagali now gets a little bit more breathing space, because that is Mika van der Pavert that's in second position. How's about that for a comeback story this weekend? And, oh no, another driver out of the race. And that was, just trying to look at who that was. It might have been, not too sure if it might have been Marlon de Salvo, I'm not 100% sure. Oh no, that was Batuan Kumas that was out, the 261. Borlouet finds himself way down the order. Boris Maximov to his left. As now Tay Stevens looks to get through, as Borlouet just decided to launch it around the outside going through the turn 7 chicane. So this is where things do get a bit more, frantic. We've got 3 minutes to go, and there are risks being taken that might be, in many people's eyes, deemed as unnecessary. And now we do have a change for the lead, because Mika van der Pavert has got past Christopher El Fagali. Armand Hamilton in 3rd. Tino Sidler in 4th. More overtakes happening as Krik Knoren has got past Thomas Ingram Hill for position. That's for 13th. There was the 2:11 Kieran Bartenstein on Isaac de Melwyk from Australia. That was also for position. And everyone's just battling all over the place, up and down around this circuit. And it's getting a bit close for comfort. Krit Knoren nearly had Kieran Bartenstein up the inside. Isaac de Melwyk trying to do a very, very good job. Currently sitting in around 16th position. His countryman James Anaxiadis currently sitting in 22nd. 2 minutes still to go. There's still positions to be changed. Josh Graham is getting on with it. And he's made up at least a position or two over the last couple of laps. And Josh Graham now 1 place away from the top 10. Bearing in mind this is his first European Rotax event. He's raced in other categories over in Europe. He's got Krit Knoren right up the inside. But the Brit from Argenti Motorsport trying to keep it pinned around the outside. Has to let Krit Knoren go. Kieran Bartenstein is behind. So is Ruben Verheyen. As we've got 90 seconds on the clock still to go. Mika van der Pavert has checked out. And that is Josh Graham that's had to use the escape road off of turn number 7. I think he just went, yes, he just went straight on. Probably tried to turn in, thought, well, I'm not going to chance it because he might have got into somebody else. El Faghali's having to fight. He's got everyone, you know, he's getting pinned at the moment as El Faghali nearly trades sidewalls. And now Radenkovic makes it 3 wide. Faghali round the outside of everything that's happening. And now Radenkovic up into 2nd. Hamilton up into 3rd. El Faghali now down into 4th. Tay Stevens, Mitchell van Dijk, Alberto Kiko Fracassi gets past Bolowet, who's now side by side with Tino Sidler. And there's more side by side action going into turn 7. And there's 2 off, one of which is Armand Hamilton. The other one is the 2, that's 2-2-3. That was El Faghali. Well, turn 7 has really become a danger point on the circuit at the moment with the way that these drivers are threading the eye of the needle. Hasn't been an easy one, but look at what that's done. Mika van der Pavert has come back from the 2nd chance heat this morning, and he's got a comfortable lead. Actually, a humongous one. It's 3.2 seconds as Mitchell van Dijk now takes 2nd from Tay Stevens, who goes on the counter-offensive. Time has hit 0. More chopping and changing up and down the order. Alberto Kiko Fracassi, where is he in all of this? He's currently, I think, probably P5 behind Matej Radenkovic. So 1 more lap to go after this. And some of the biggest contenders in the fight for the final to this weekend have come, you know, have been, it's been another race of somewhat selected attrition. But the final lap board is going to be shown to SP Motorsports. Mika van der Pavert, who, as I said earlier, qualified for the top 36 through the 2nd chance heat. He finished 9th in the pre-final after what happened there. And he's about 900 metres away. There's more dramas. That's for one of the DHR karts. That's the number 2. That's probably the 238. That's Latvia's Tom Streller. And he was running out in the top 15. And now the battle for P2 really has heated up. Radenkovic is there in 4th. Van Dijk, Stevens, Loat, Fracassi. The names go on and on and on. Sidler is there. But Mika van der Pavert is going to have one of the biggest tales, if he ever becomes a granddad, to tell those grandkids exactly what happened on this day, because out of the final corner, he didn't make it through to the top 30, but what a comeback story from Mika van der Pavert, winning the 2nd chance heat and now capping it off with a final victory to end round 1 in the best way possible by 4 seconds at the checkered flag. Dave Stevens makes it, well, it's a Dutch 1-2-3. Mitchell van Dijk 3rd, Tay Stevens in 2nd, Matej Radenkovic And bravo, Alberto Kiko Fracassi taking 5th at the flag. Crick Knoren, Bo Louet, Tino Sidler, Thomas Ingram Hill, Kieran Bartenstein, Armand Hamilton, Ruben Verheyen, Boz, Maximov, Ryan Bourguignon, and Thijs van Wijk ran out the top 15. Luca Brima, Christopher El Fagali, Archie Buttle, Max Cuthbert, and Tom Swerler round out the top 20. Mathis Ometra, Timo Jungling, James Anagnostiidis, Marlon Di Salvo, and Isaac de Melweek sees 2 Australians in the top 25 with a class field on the circuit. Carlos Girikovs, Max Sidursky, Joshua Graham, and Sebastian Kosh rounding out the 29 that finished all 16 laps. Nemanja Jovanovic, one lap down. Retirement from Kasper Schumans and Batuan Kumas on the same lap, lap number 9. Both Thomas Behrman and Danny Shields and Ollie Wise would not make it past either lap 6 or 7. And the incident on lap 3 eliminated Lucas Sells, who has been attended to by the medical team a little bit earlier on when we had the red flag stoppage. So we now get underway with our third final this afternoon, and it's time to turn our attention to senior road tax. Here is your starting grid. On the front row, it's going to be Sean Butcher and Lewis Gilbert, with Ethan Jeff Hall and Kai Gilles on row 2. Kai Hunter and Tommy van der Stroys round out row number 3, with Maxence Bouvier and Devian Hurst round out the top 4 rows. Farin Mega and Austin Lee will complete the top 10. Andrei Petrovic, Vic Stevens, that is row 6. Luke Neeson and Lachlan Robinson, row 7. Taze Dams and Christoph Saller, row 8. Row 9, Jaden Thien and Mika Barthélemy. Matthew Higgins and Jot van Wyk will complete the top 20. Rounding out the 36-strong grid, it's Dion van Werven, Matteo Pianizola, Montego Maassen, Teresa Babichkova, Sam Bergstein, Paul Forquemin, Mario Sidler, Petra Babichkova, Robbie Stoddard, Sverre Uben, Axel Goes, Ralph van der Pavit, Zach Scowler, Bram Mossevard, Mitch Haynert and Nolan Nemaray. So I do spot a few people in the chat. Hello Jasper Daly, Zach Turner, Max Mariner. There has been some information put in the chat that the times have been revised to 4 o'clock, which is just gone past 4 o'clock for seniors. DD2 at 16:30. That's 3:30 p.m. if you're in the UK, and 4 p.m. UK time, or 5 p.m. Central European Summer Time for the Masters class. So quite a few penalties for front fairings being given out in the previous race, which was the pre-final. 8 in total, and 2 time penalties, 5 seconds of which were, well, the penalties that were given out for 5 seconds were for pushing for drivers 313 and 323. So Paul Forquemin and Teresa Babichkova. Max Mariner hoping that Bram Mossevard does aka Red Actions. It's not the first time I've mentioned that this weekend. 34th to 1st, but with the field that he's got in front of him, that's going to be a tall odd, but you never know. Things can happen. We have seen quite a lot of action over the course of the weekend. But 36 senior road tax drivers out of a capacity 72 that joined the paddock this weekend. We now see the revs build. Are we ready? Are we steady? The senior road tax final gets underway for the first time of asking. Sean Butcher leads the way. Gilbert to the outside. Ethan Jeff Hall to the inside. As the drivers make their way through into the first couple of corners, and there has been an absolute melee. And that is the 301 of Maxence Bouvier. And that is Kai Gilles out, possibly. Or is he got going again? He has got going again, but he's just checking. Maxence Bouvier went over the top of Kai Gilles. And there is Devian Ross, so it caused absolute madness, and it was Kai Gilles that was caught up in the crossfire. So yellow flags at Marshall post number 2. And there were quite a few drivers going off in avoidance as well. One of the Samco Serbian racing team carts possibly might have been Andrei Petrovic. But at the moment, it is Sean Butcher leading. 2nd, Ethan Jeff Hall. 3rd, Lewis Gilbert. 4th, Kai Hunter. 5th, it's Lachlan Robinson, who's gone all the way up from 14th, managed to get through. And Vic Stevens, Jaden Thien, Taze Dams, Luke Neeson and Christoph Saller round at the top 10. And for those Red Actions fans out there, he's up to 25th already after the first lap. Now there's going to be an exchange for 2nd position, because now Gilbert and Hunter get through on Ethan Jeff Hall, and Lachlan Robinson's got a head full of speed, and he gets through on the 397 through turn number 8. Now Ethan Jeff Hall has got, that is more than likely Jaden Thien just behind, which is the case. Then Vic Stevens in the 369, the 321 of Taze Dams also there. Robinson up the inside of Kai Hunter for P3, and now we'll go after Gilbert. 2nd lap completed, and it's the head of steam that has been provided. That's 11 places in 2 laps gained by Lachlan Robinson after what has just happened in the early throws of this race. And Lachlan Robinson goes deep into turn 6. It's a 3-way exchange coming out of turn number 6, but it looks like Gilbert's got back into 2nd. Robinson back into 4th behind Kai Hunter. and Ethan Jeffel rejoins the back of the train. Meanwhile, Sean Butcher has started to eke out a little bit of an advantage. So Damien Rost and Maxence Bouvier are out of the race. A little bit of a mistake there from Ethan Jeff Hall. He's got Jaden Thien and Vic Stevens just behind. Then also Mika Barthélemy. Tommy van der Stroys now rounds out the top 10. He's got Matthew Higgins, who's charging forward. Just behind him. Higgins started 19th. Now Lewis Gilbert currently still holding on to second position. And there has been a little bit of drama now. I've seen that Austin Lee has dropped to the bottom of the timesheets. And he's in stone dead last behind Petra Babičková. Jaden Thien, and now Ethan Jeff Hall, and then Vic Stevens all trying to get through on Lachlan Robinson, but Robinson holds his ground, only allows Jaden Thien to get through. So we have 11 minutes and 20 seconds still to go. Apologies for the timing not showing on the live stream at the moment, but I am keeping a check on it. It is running as we speak. But look at the train behind Lewis Gilbert. Everyone's jockeying for position. Kai Hunter looks up the inside, gets through on Gilbert. Jaden Thien to the outside. Lachlan Robinson to the inside. Now through into turn 3. Robinson round the outside of Thien and gets turned around by Thien, and they both clatter into each other. As a direct result, Robinson went for the move. Jaden Thien was gonna give no quarter, and he went up at the inside of the 326. Robinson went slightly sideways, managed to catch it, and they clattered into each other again, just basically because they were trying to avoid those on the racing line. So 10.5 minutes still remaining on the timer. Sean Butcher leads the British 1-2-3 at the moment, and his gap is considerable. So at the moment, it's an English top 4 at the moment. It is also France, the Netherlands. Then we got, well, the UK by way of Wales represented in the top 7. Belgium, Teresa Babičková has made her way from 28th, no surprise here folks, up to 9th. With Paul Fauquemin from France rounding out the top 10. Vic Stevens battling away with Matthew Higgins, who's gotten ahead of him. There is Teresa Babičková, who just has in front. That is going to be Mika Barthélemy, I believe. So Teresa Babičková getting on with the business at hand. But Butcher's lead is just absolutely expanding like the vast chasm over the Channel Tunnel. Ethan Jeff Hall now looks up the inside of Kai Hunter to take P2. Back off the 335 based out of Sunderland in the Republic of Tyne and Wear. And then we've got Scotland's finest just behind. Lewis Gilbert holding on to 4th place, but waiting and biding his time to see what transpires in front. Butcher's nearly got a 3.5 second lead after the first 6 laps. Got 8 minutes and 55 seconds still to go. Top 10 covered by just under 6.9 seconds. Jaden Thien now in 17th. Lachlan Robinson in 19th position. Ralph van der Pevert, who started down in 32nd, now rounds out the top 20. Jod van Wijk in the 333 has now retired. As of lap 3, Dion van Werven is the last driver, still running in 33rd position in the 377. Now an attempt by the 386 of Mika Barthélemy to try and get through on Matthew Higgins, who will be on fresher rubber. But him and his dad David decided to take a chance in the second chance heat earlier on. It was the only driver and mechanic duo that decided to go on old tyres. But now Matthew Higgins has got a very good head of steam. He's running in the 55.4s at the moment. And that is going to be Teresa Babičková in front of him. Bit of a lunge by Paul Fauquemin. That was through on Montego Masson, and the Frenchman gets through. They've got Axel. It looks like Mitch Haynert's getting a bit feisty out there too. He's just made up a position. And so is Luke Neeson. Tommy van der Stoys, in the meantime, gets past Kai Hunter. That's for fourth on the road. That was through into turn number 2. Past the halfway point of this race. And Sean Butcher is doing exactly what he needs to do. Just keep on running his own race. Keep the blinkers on. That's exactly what he needs. And with the fact that a win in a heat, in a pre-final and a final, that's a solid score of 110 points for Butcher. New points scoring system for 2023. Hillets is on the comeback trail. He's currently just got past Sam Bergstein for 20th position through turn 10. So there's still 6.5 minutes for this year, for last year's BNL Karting Series Senior Rotax Champion and Vice Champion of Europe last year as well. So Ethan Jeffel at the minute staying in front of Lewis Gilbert in the battle for second position. This battle is about 3.8 seconds off of the current race leader, Sean Butcher, who is away and clear. Jaden Teen now puts in the fastest lap of the race, 54.759, and he's 2 positions away from getting himself back up into the top 10. Lewis Gilbert and Ethan Jeffel go into battle. Tommy van der Stoy is trying to close them down, and he's right behind the 316 from KAF Motorsport. Now, Gilbert and van der Stoys do have previous in the last heat yesterday, where van der Stoys went for the race lead, inadvertently collected Lewis Gilbert in the process through the final corner. He won't want to make that mistake twice. So coming towards the final 5 minutes, 2/3 completed, 1/3 to go, plus an additional lap. We're now on lap number 11 as Butcher makes his way through the 12th and final corner once again. 4.1 seconds was the advantage after 10 laps. Now lap 11 is completed. What's the gap between them? 4.6 seconds. That's half a second gained over the last lap of this race. And Sean Butcher has just set a personal best, 55.003. A little bit further behind the likes of Babichkova and Higgins. You've got Vic Stevens battling away with the likes of Mika Barthélemy, Jaden Teen, who is now in the top 10. There's Paul Fokwemin on the inside of the straightaway. There's Matthew Higgins, who's just had Fokwemin go through. There's Nolan Lemeray, who has had a little bit of a difficult up and down weekend. He's just got through. There's Mika Barthélemy, plus Mitch Haynert and Montego Masson. So there has been a change once again, but the scrap is really intensifying because Kai Hunter has lit the touch paper. He's now come fighting back. He's got past van der Stoys and now is gunning for the 2 in front. Babichkova now joins the train. 5 karts battling away over second position. Some moves up and down the order. There has been a change because it looks like Paul Foucault, I'm not too sure, that was one of the Dams racing karts that has just been passed. As Gilbert now gets through. And that's a bit too close for comfort for Ethan Jeffel and Kai Hunter. Hunter tries to pin it around the outside of turn 9, has to fall back into line. And now van der Stoys, Babichkova, Jaden Teen is there as well. Fokwemin is with them. Keep your eyes on Lemeray and Higgins. That train is fast expanding. Mika Barthélemy, Mitch Haynert, Montego Masson. And then the likes of Lachlan Robinson, Taze Dams, Matteo Pianizzola and Kai Hillets are not too far away either. Jaden T nearly loses out to Tommy van der Stoys. Van der Stoys gets the cut through, back up the inside of the 380 through turn number 4. And now Lachlan Robinson trying to go around the outside. That was on Mitch Haynert. And Robinson nearly made it work. A little bit further up the Europalan, there is some toing and throwing. Babičkova is having pressure from behind. There is Montego Masson battling away with the 321 of Days Dams, and Rillerts gets the pair of them in the process. And a little bit of a wide excursion, and off the circuit goes Nolan Lemerhay, and it has caused pandemonium behind. And that is Teresa Babičkova's day in senior Rotax done. Robinson was also off the circuit. The main thing is Teresa got out of the cart and just walked away. And now it's between Lewis Gilbert and Ethan Jeff Hall for second position on the road. And it was just a clatter in, and yeah, it was just everyone got caught out behind. It was just the fact that Hunter went up the inside of the 332 of Nolan Lemerhay. The Frenchman went up into the air, off the circuit. Babičkova had nowhere to go, and along comes, I think that was Taze Dams, went into, well, it might have been for Quemin, and Babičkova gets turned around, and that was by the 364 of Matthew Higgins, who also had nowhere to go. Lachlan Robinson's front axle's up in the air over the back of Mitch Haynert, and Mika Barthélemy manages to avoid, then through goes Kai Rillerts. And Rillerts now up into 8th place, and it's still all kicking off. Second position still up for grabs, as Lewis Gilbert was round the outside of Ethan Jeff Hall. One right rear wheel on the grass for the Scotsman, and that allows Ethan Jeff Hall, Tommy van der Stoys and Jaden Teen to get through. But still, this is the battle for second position. Sean Butcher is probably aware of exactly what's going on, but is just concentrating on his own race. His lead now is probably going to be north of 10 seconds. He's about to come through turn 12, and this quartet battling over second place are just coming through turn 10. That just goes to show how quickly a race can turn up on its head, and that's Vic Stevens' kart being pulled to the side. 2 more laps to go, including this one, and the lead is now a colossal 10.7 seconds. Ethan Jeff Hall holding on to second at the moment. Lewis Gilbert looking to get one past on Jaden Teen. At this time, it's not quite happening. Gilbert sweeps to the outside of the 380, switches to the inside. Textbook Gilbert right there. And he slingshots past, up into 4th position goes Lewis Gilbert. And yep, so for Quemin out, Robinson out, Teresa Babičkova out. Looks like, along with Vic Stevens, Zach Scowler, the other driver from the Azheat Academy that is here this weekend, along with Zain El Omosani, is out of the race. And there is a 5-second penalty, and it's going to Ethan Jeff Hall. So Ethan Jeff Hall gets a 5-second time penalty from race control, just awaiting confirmation of what that is for. So we're down to 28 runners and riders. So at the moment, the way things stand, Ethan Jeff Hall, if that's an additional 5 seconds, that is going to bump him well outside of the top 10, probably towards the bottom of the top 15, as Jaden Teen was looking up the inside of Lewis Gilbert going into turn 7. But what a day it's been. The man who won the title in 2020 and 2021 is going to see the checkered flag. It's double delight today for Sean Butcher from the United Kingdom, who wins by a country mile. Second position on the road, it is going to be Ethan Jeff Hall, but that's going to go to Tommy van der Stoys with a post-race penalty going to the 397. Lewis Gilbert will pick up third, Jaden Teen will take fourth, and Kai Rillerts will more than likely take 5th position as a result of all of that. So Matthew Higgins, Kai Hunter, Matteo Pianizola and Taze Dams round out the top 10. Luke Neeson, Nolan Lemeray, Montego Masson, Sam Bergstein, Andrei Petrovic, Christoph Saleh, Fahin Mega, Sverre Uben, Petra Babichkova, and Ralph van der Pavert ran out the top 20. Mika Barthelemy, Mitch Hainut, Bram Mosavada, Mario Sidler, Robbie Stodder, Axel Goes, Austin Lee, and Dion van Verven are the last of the classified finishers. On lap 15, we lost Vic Stevens and Zach Scowler. Lachlan Robinson, lap 14. Teresa Babichkova and Paul Fokwemin on lap 13 through the turn 11 incident. Then Jort van Wijk, Devian Rost, and Maxence Bouvier, we lost very early in the race. Okay, paddock announcement. Could I have Krit Knora please report to the stewards immediately, plus entrant, that's driver 272, Julia Rotax plus entrant to the stewards immediately, please. And and could I also ask for entrant Dan Holland to please report to the stewards office immediately as well? Thank you. Just a quick paddock announcement for all those here at the track. The DD2 Masters race will take place at 1700. The podium ceremony has now been rescheduled to 6:15 p.m. That's 18:15 local time. We'd also like to ask that all Minimax drivers please make sure that you do attend the ceremony. So it will be top 5 for Minimax, top 5 for Minimax Rookie, Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, DD2 and DD2 Masters. The first 3 drivers in the B finals for juniors and seniors will also be awarded trophies, so we would like for you to attend, and also all Minimax drivers to attend as well. That's Minimax and Mini Rookie. So again, we'll have the DD2s up very, very shortly. There's, then DD2 Masters at 5 p.m. 6:15 this evening will be the podium ceremony. We do want to start on time for that one. We know it's been a long day for everybody. So for those that are required to be at the podium, your race suit and your helmet is compulsory. Thank you. Now we go to our penultimate final of the first round of the season, and it's DD2. Here is your starting grid. So from pole position, it will be Belgium's Tom Braken that will start on pole with Teresa Babičková alongside. Enzo Bol and Maxime Dirks will be on row 2, representing the Netherlands and Belgium. It's an all-Danish row number 3 with Victor Frospe and Carl Gustav Borgaard. Latvia and France on row 4 with Martin Zianovskis and Jules Cousin. Latvia and France again completing the top 10 with Patrick Snolls, Lokmelis and Kilian Gerhard. It's Latvia and Canada on row 6 with Emil Zakmans and Lucas Pernod. Denmark and France on row number 7 with Nicky Pedersen and Enzo Boulogne. Belgium and the Netherlands on row 8 with Nicolas Guillaume and Jordi Westerleken. Then Mats-Johan Overhoff from Germany and Imke Arts from the Netherlands on row number 9, completing the top 20 representing Greece and the United Arab Emirates. It's Ilias Kaliakmanis and Kane Cherian. Rounding out the 24-strong grid, it's Kian de Brandt from Belgium, Finland's Ville Viljainen, France's Marcelo Vigna-Parod, and from Belgium, Jordi Clévaux. So the drivers now make their way towards the 12th and final corner. They will have to get into formation very, very soon. But it's Braken and Babičková on the front row. Enzo Bol will have a good run down to turn number 2 as they slowly crawl their way and start to build speed and momentum out of the final corner. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. First time here in the DD2 final. And Babičková looks to go round the outside of Tom Braken into turns 1 and 2. Dirks was also looking to try and get his way through, but it's Enzo Bol that's made it up into second position, nearly 3 abreast going into turn number 4 on the opening exchange on this first lap. Babičková drops down to third position, but has Victor Frospe for close company in 4th place just behind. One driver has gone off, and that is the 451. And that is Jules Cousin, who started in 8th position. Field now makes its way up to turn number 9. Some of them already making their way down towards turn 10. And now it is the 2 from SP Motorsport, the young Chargers. Braken leading Bol, Babičková, and then Maxime Dirks gets through on the 411 of Victor Frospe. Carl Gustav Borgaard is a little bit further behind. Kilian Gerhard, Patrick Snolls, Lokmelis have gotten in front of the Dane, and the Frenchman gets a bump from behind from the Latvian. Martin Zianovskis is there waiting in the wings as well. So the drivers making their way through once again off of turn number 8. Bol in second, Braken leading the way. Maxime Dirks goes on the defensive in front of Victor Frospe. A little bit further behind. Imke Arts is getting her elbows out. I think it might have just gotten past one driver, including the likes of Mats-Johan Overhoff from Germany in the 455. But there has been a change as Kilian Gerhard centred up the inside of Victor Frospe through turn number 7 off of the Europlan. And now the French driver finds his way up into 5th place. Dirks in the meantime is closing in on Teresa Babičková for P3. Lucas Pernod hopefully trying to move up the order himself. And there's a send and a half from Lochmelis. Deep into turn number 12. And now Babičková keeps to the... Well, Didix went round the outside on the start-finish straight. And now we've got a warning flag. That is for the 4.55. And that is... Oh, slap on the wrist. Naughty boy, Max Johan Overhoff. Hopefully, that gives you a little bit of incentive to push forward, but to make sure the moves that you make are clean. 11 minutes and 44 seconds plus an additional lap. And now another move. Babičková loses a position to Gerhardt, who gets through at turn 9. Babičková stays behind the French driver in the 4.01. But Braken is pulling away from Bol. Akmans has got the fastest lap of the race in his pocket at the moment with a 54.977. And the queue is building behind Kilian Gerhardt as Lochmelis looks up the inside through turn 3 on Victor Frostbay, but can't make the best of it. At the back of that train, that is Enzo Boulogne and Canada's Lucas Pernot. So they have an opportunity to get themselves up towards the top 5. Still plenty of time in this race to go. 10 minutes and 43 seconds remaining, plus an additional lap. It's anyone's guess on who is going to finish where. Victor Frostbay lunges up the inside of Teresa Babičková, gets through. She now drops down a further position. That is going to be 5th place for the Czech Republic driver. Another send by one of the other drivers. That might be Ilias Kaliakmanis, but Lochmelis is definitely getting his elbows out. He's got through on Babičková, and she drops down to 6. Janovskis is there. Borgard is there. Akmans is there. Pernot is there. Villiainen, well, no surprise, he's been flying his way up the order as the Finn, down from 22nd on the grid, and he now has made up 10 places. And now there's a bit of bumping and boring. Akmans, and that is the 4.37 of Carl Gustav Borgard managed to get through. That was on, of all people, Martins Janovskis. There's Lucas Pernot in the 4.50. The last race yesterday saw the Canadian have dramas due to someone accidentally going over him in an incident. And then there's a lunge up the inside from Ville Villiainen on the Canadian. And the Finn gets through. Now with just over 9 minutes remaining, Gerhardt and Frostbay have to now start pushing forward to catch up to the trio in front. Because between Gerhardt and Braken, there's a gap of around about 3.2 seconds to close in, and there's 2 further opponents in the way. Maxim Didix in 3rd, Enzo Bol in 2nd position. Victor Frostbay has just put in the fastest lap of the race. And is it going to be a case of where is Frostbay going to send it up the inside of Gerhardt? It might not be that much longer until we find out. It could be down the Europalan. And Frostbay has made the move. I thought it might have happened. It did happen. And that was off of the Europalan at turn number 7. So now, with the wind beneath his side pod, so to speak, he can start chasing down Maxim Didix. Emil Akmans again, last time around after 7 laps, posts the fastest lap of the race, a 54.527. So we are past the halfway point of this last race. for these drivers. And then we have one more race to go after this, which will be the DD2 Masters, and they will bring the opening round of the season to a close. Seven minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. And the order still might see a little bit of shuffling, a bit like a card deck. Tom Bracken's lead now extends to 1.768 seconds. And what's more, he's the first driver to dip into the 54 threes. 54.329 by the young Belgian after 9 laps completed. As I said, the more changes afoot. We just don't know. It depends on how well the drivers have strategized and kept their tyres. You know, sometimes it pays dividends to hold back, wait, and then if someone starts to find that they struggle with the grip on this circuit, because there has been a lot of track evolution over the last 2 days, and there is a move that's just happened. That's the 410 of Viliainen past Latvia's Martins Janowskis. Through into turn number 10 and now got the move done by turn 11. Imke Arts rounds out the top 15. She's trying to chase down the likes of Enzo Boulogne and Mats-Johan Overhoff, who round out the top 14 places overall. So Jules Cousin out of the race, and Kian de Brandt, I think, might not be taking any further participation. Well, he's just crossed the start-finish line. So 23 out of 24 drivers are continuing to race around this circuit. The lead has also improved, as just spotted Mats-Johan Overhoff passing Enzo Boulogne through into turn number 12, now taking 13th position. Imke Arts rounds out the top 15 still at this point, and it's Kane Cherian from the UAE. Good to see Danny Brandt back in the paddock once again. I know that Tony Hogg's going to be making his return to Europe next week for the Euro Trophy, because he's already told me. So, Danny, you're going to have to put up with this cold weather for a little bit longer, I think, mate. But top 10 with just 4 minutes and 15 to go. Bracken leads by nearly 2 seconds. Bol in second, Derricks, Frostbay, Gehan, Lokmelis, Babichkova, Akmans, Borgard and Viliainen. But Patrick Snolls Lokmelis is not quite out of the woods just yet, because Teresa Babichkova and also Emils Akmans are closing in on the 481. So this is the battle for P6 on the road. Kilian Gerhardt is a little bit further up the road and is closing in on Victor Frostbay, who he's been battling with for quite a lot. They've got just in front of them Belgium's Maxime Derricks. Move up the inside of Babichkova by Akmans. That's now a change for 7th. And now there's a change for position. That's 4th. It's gone in the favour of Kilian Gerhardt, but Victor Frostbay will look to take that back. Is going to be hard on the brakes. Late on the brakes through into turn 7. Then the Dane gets back through for 4th place. And Tom Bracken will now complete lap number 14 in this race with just over 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. And running in the low 54-second bracket, Enzo Boll has just put in his personal best of the race. 54.272. Vili-Vili-Einen also setting a personal best. So has Nicolas Guillaume and also Jordi Clébaut. Jordi Clébaut started at the back of the grid and has made up 7 places and is only just over 4/10 off of the 444 from Belgium. So a minute and a half remains on the timer. But there is still time for some drivers to have a little bit of a risk versus reward decision to make, whereby they might decide to go for a move that they are fully committed in, they have self-belief, and they know that they can make it work. But whether that opportunity presents itself is one completely different situation altogether. If you're not close enough, if you're not within that window, if you're not through, coming out of turn 12 or coming out of turn 6, if you haven't got the best to run on the person in front of you, you will not have that significant slipstream advantage and then get the side draft. 2 laps remain as lap 16 has been completed by current race leader Tom Bracken, who extends his lead over SP Motorsport teammate Enzo Boll to just over 2.5 seconds. Maxime Dirix holding on to P3. Victor Frostbay, Kilian Gerhard, Patrick Snows-Lockmelis, Emil Zachmans, Teresa Babiškova, and then we got Denmark's Carl Gustav Borgaard and Finland's Vili-Vili-Einen, rounding out the top 10 out of 23 drivers that are still circulating. The timer has now officially expired. Enzo Boll was the shining light yesterday with a second and a victory. Tom Bracken took the win in the pre-final and also has secured pole positions on both successive days, showcasing and underlying the pace that he has. Both these drivers at the front of the field have jumped from junior to DD2. Final lap underway. Gap now is still 2.5 seconds between Bracken and Boll, but the battle for P3 could be coming down to the wire. Maxime Dirix still holding on in the 499 for Shapers Racing. Then it's RS Competitions, Victor Frostbay. Kilian Gerhard waiting and hoping there's an opportunity that might present itself. And he looks to the outside of Victor Frostbay into turn 7. The Dane goes under the defensive racing line and holds the position, but nearly opens the door through turn 8. But as I say that, our race leader now out of turn number 11. Turn 12, it's going to be a double race victory in the pre-final and the final, coupled with pole position today. It's Tom Bracken victorious on home soil. Enzo Boll makes it a Stampex Motorsport 1-2 in the final. Third, it's Maxime Dirix. Victor Frostbay and Kilian Gerhard round out the top 5 positions. Patrick Snows-Lockmelis, Emil Zachmans, Teresa Babiškova, Carl Gustav Borgaard and Vili-Vili-Einen round out the top 10. Martin Zianowskis, Mats Johan Overhoff, Lucas Pernod, Enzo Boulogne and Imke Arts round out the top 15. And there's the solidarity between these two drivers. Not just teammates, but good friends off the circuit. Nicolas Guillaume, Jordi Clébaut, Nicky Peterson, Kane Cherian and Marcelo Vigna-Parod round out the top 20. Jordi Westerlaken, Ilyas Kaliakmanis and Gian de Brandt round out the 23 strong that finished. And unfortunately, on lap 7, we lost Jules Cousin. Time for the final race of the weekend as we now go into the DD2 Masters Final for Sunday. Here is your starting grid. After the pre-final earlier on today, it's Dennis Toom that starts once again on pole position and looks to do the clean sweep. Two pole positions so far this weekend and 3 race victories to his credit so far. Nicolas Picot on the same row as him on second position. Nikolaj Christensen from Denmark and Michael Becker from Germany, row 2. Jannik Nielsen, also from Denmark and also from Germany, Thomas Piet on row 3. It's the Netherlands and France on row number 4 with Christophe Adams and Christophe Capitan. It's Germany and Cyprus completing the top 10 with Dimitri Ostrovsky and Igor Mukin rounding out that top 10. Dominic Hummels from the Netherlands, Lennart Schreiber from Germany, Juris Salaitis from Latvia, Karl Klebot from Belgium, Luca Filipponi from Belgium, Timo Haug and Andreas Neumann, both representing Germany, round out the 17 strong grid. So the drivers now get into formation. Got a total of 40 sessions, totaling at the end of this will be effectively just over 400 minutes. The best part of over 7 hours of total action all the way through the weekend. And now it comes to the last few moments, around 16 to 17 of them, as we go into the tram lines for the DD2 Masters Final on Sunday. Lights are out first time. Good start by the pole sitter as they head into turn number 1. And Nicolas Picot straight up past Dennis Toom like a rat up a drain pipe. No hesitation from the Frenchman to get through early doors. And he wants to deny a certain driver that has been the dominant force this weekend and make sure that that 100% success rate is not going to be happening. But Dennis Toom will not let that go away quite easily because he's only a kart length behind the Frenchman. Nikolaj Christensen still holding on to third place. Fourth place now looks to be Thomas Piet in the 5:05. Michael Becker drops down to 5th. That could be 6th very shortly. Well, Christophe Capitan nearly got up the inside of him because Christophe Capitan has got past Jannik Nielsen in the 5:07. Toom retakes the lead on the very next lap at the same corner that Picot did. And then the Frenchman returns the favour through turn 3. But Toom is having a bit of a quandary at the moment, a conundrum so to speak, as he's got Nikolaj Christensen not too far behind him. And it's a very lengthy train, 14 karts in total, pretty much making up the majority of the DD2 Masters field. Over the line to complete lap number 2, just over 13 minutes to go. And Dennis Toom takes the lead, but Nikolaj Christensen is there, and he goes up the inside of Nicolas Picot to get through for second. So another change there. Very textbook move there from Dennis Toom. And then Nikolaj Christensen saw the window of opportunity, slung shot up the inside, under braking on Picot, through into that turn 2 complex, and then managed to make the move stick by turn 3. Thomas Piet fancies an opportunity. So does Michael Becker. So does Yannick Nielsen, who's now ahead of Christophe Capitain. Christophe Adams currently rounding at the top 8, ahead of Karl Klebor, with Lennart Schreiber completing the top 10. Oh, bit of a late send there from Yannick Nielsen. Gets through on Michael Becker. Three minutes down, 12 to go. Still plenty of racing left in this field. It's a bit more tightly packed than it has been. And there goes Nielsen up the inside of Piet, threads the eye of the needle, manages to nip through the gap at turn 7 on the chicane out of the Europalan. Now he's with his teammate Nikolai Christensen. So the Danes running 3rd and 4th, behind Picot from France and Thun from Germany, who leads the way. Dennis Thun already has set at least one fastest lap this race. Looks to be it might be the case, it might be another. But you know what? Yannick Nielsen is not hanging around. He's just got past Christensen through turn 12. Piet is also there waiting in the wings. So the battle is really going to start happening between 4th and 9th place, as you can't really put much between them at the moment. And that was a change for position. Luca Filipponi, I think, has just got past one of the Birel ART carts. Or might have been a Paralin, possibly. Could have been that Luca Filipponi got past Timo Haug, who is the only Paralin driver, or driver on a Paralin chassis in this class. There is an attempted move, and it has happened. Christophe Capitain makes his way past Michael Becker for 6th position. Christensen defends against Piet into turn 10. 9.5 minutes remaining, plus an additional lap of the race weekend. Dennis Thun still leads. Nicolas Picot in 2nd. Piet now gets through on Christensen through turn number 12. And here comes Christophe Capitain. 5.99. Is he going to try and dive up the inside through into turn number 2? No, he thinks better of it on this particular occasion. Now also Christophe Adams and Karl Klebor might be able to facilitate a move. Christophe Adams obliges. Karl Klebor looks to the outside, nearly went to the outside of turn number 11, got to the inside of turn 10 on Becker. I had to back out of it. Now through turn 12 goes Karl Klebor on Becker. I think maybe the cracked chassis might be just giving him a little bit more strife, but I'm sure that he'll be glad at the end of this weekend to say, you know what, it's done me well. I've got some points on the board. Could have been a lot worse, that the chassis could have completely failed on me. But these things do happen. Just over 8 minutes still to go. Further changes of field, as that is the 5.24 of Lennart Schreiber that's just been passed to be by Luca Filipponi, through goes Timo Haug, and a little bit of action happening behind, but there is a move for second position. Yannick Nielsen has slowly but surely caught up. He's also put in the fastest lap in the process, trying to catch up with Nicolas Picot, and finally passes the Frenchman through into turn number 2. Eight minutes down, 7 to go. Now, Yannick Nielsen, can he spring a surprise? He's got clear air. And if he brings along Pico with him, I think a very entertaining 3-kart duel to round off the weekend, as long as they can up their pace and better what Dennis Thum is doing at the moment. But at the minute, that gap has now extended to just over 1.2 seconds. In the meantime, Carl Clébaut has got past not just Michael Becker, but also Christoph Adams. Becker was looking through on the inside of the 555 through turn 3, but Adams was wise to it. Let's see if the two in second and third position The lead is now extended to just under 1.5 seconds as we head into the final. Just under 6 minutes plus, well, 6 minutes plus an additional lap of racing still to go, and the gap between Nicolas Picot and Thomas Piet has expanded to nearly 3 seconds. And Nikolai Christensen battling away with Christophe Capitan for what is 5th on the road. Carl Clébaut is not too far behind either. And what's more, Carl Clébaut has increased his pace. He's running in the low 55s. A little bit of peaks and troughs when it comes to lap times, so either running a 55.2, a 55.0, a 55.1. So not quite monotonous consistency, but there or thereabouts. But now Christophe Capitan pulls the trigger, gets up the inside of Christensen through turn number 12. That is a change for 5th place. So at best, if Christophe Capitan starts putting a little bit more work in to catch up and pass Thomas Piet, he could be on for a maximum of 4th place at the end of it all. That gap between 1st and 2nd seems to still be expanding. Looking at the last 3 lap times. Completion of lap 11 by Dennis Thum, 54.685. The lap before, 54.597, and then a 54.780. And that means that Nielsen has lost over the last 3 laps the best part of, I would say, about half a second. 54.6 dead for Dennis Thum, extends the gap by a further 2 tenths. Luca Filipponi has got the fastest lap of the race again. 54.484. His best one was 2 laps ago, and that was a 54.561. But it's probably going to be another 5 laps before we conclude the racing action here at the BNL Karting Series for the opening round of the season. And then in 83 days' time, we head to Karting de Fagne in Marienburg in the Colvin region for round 2 of the championship season. Total season from start to finish will last around about well, from the kick-off, as there is the move now. That is Christophe Capitan. I thought it might be a case of not if, it would be when he would be able to get past Thomas Piet, and that was the case that it just happened just now. And looking at the lap times, well, Christophe Capitan took probably the best part of nearly 3/4 of a second out of him over the last 3 laps. So Capitan must have heard me at that point. Not been an easy one for an easy final race of the weekend for Nicolai Christensen, because he's got Luca Filipponi breathing down his race overalls at the moment, as we head on to lap number 15 of the race. Christoph Adams battling away with Michael Becker for what is 9th position. Becker now rounding out the top 10. What will be his lowest finish of the weekend so far. He's been running in the top 4 up until this point. Sometimes you do have to consider mechanical sympathy, especially in the early parts of a championship, where sometimes just scoring points will help you out no end whatsoever. So lap 15 completed, lap 16, 3 to go, including this one, as Dennis Thum opens the gap now to just under 2.2 seconds. Luca Filipponi was looking to try and get a move on Nicolai Christensen for that 6th position, but he's going to have this and another 2 laps to try and get past him. Now the move happens, bit of a, yep, the back end sort of snapped on Christensen whilst he was under braking, and Filipponi saw his chance. And now Karl Klibor is waiting in the wings to get his opportunity to get past this year's kickoff champion. And oh dear, a little bit of a moment through turn 10. That was for Lennart Schreiber from Germany in the 5:24. And Karl Klibor has made the move on Nicolai Christensen. So another change, that's for 7th. Timer has expired. This is the penultimate lap of this race and the penultimate lap of the race weekend. And the last lap board of the weekend is being prepared. Dennis Thum with a comfortable advantage goes on for the last 1,360 metres. His lead now is going to be in the region of about 2.5 seconds, as we now have Lennart Schreiber and Christoph Adams. Looks like their race has ended a little bit prematurely on lap 15. Second and third being hotly contested still. It's between Denmark's Jannik Nielsen in the 5:07 and Nicolas Picot from France in the 5:37. But this weekend, no one driver has done a clean sweep. But that trend has now changed. As out of turn 11, one more corner remains. Germany's Dennis Thum does the clean sweep of the weekend. 2 pole positions, 2 pre-finals, and now 2 finals. A dominant display by the German all weekend long. Jannik Nielsen takes his best finish of the weekend in 2nd position ahead of Nicolas Picot. Christophe Capitan makes his way through the field to finish in 4th ahead of Luca Filipponi. Finishing 5th, Thomas Piet rounds out the top 6 positions ahead of Karl Klibor, Nicolai Christensen, Dimitri Ostrovsky, and Michael Becker. Timo Haug takes 11th ahead of Dominic Hummels, Igor Mukin, Andreas Neumann, Juris Salaitis, and they are the last of the classified finishers after 18 laps. And with 3 laps to go, we lost Christoph Adams from the Netherlands and Germany's Lennart Schreiber. The season now is truly underway. 1 weekend completed, 3 more to go. In just 83 days' time, on the 30th of June, we will start round 2 of the championship. We make a return again to the wonderful Marienbourg countryside of Karting between the 30th of June and the 2nd of July. A further 41 days after that event has taken place on the 2nd of July, we will return to Racing JPR in Ostricourt in France for our first return to France and that part of the country since 2018. And then we'll be back here at Karting Genk, the home of champions, for the 4th and final round between the 29th of September and the 1st of October. The journey is just as important as the destination, as 5 drivers will become our 2023 BNL Karting Series champions and book their place at this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit between December 2nd and 9th. This weekend has provided every kind of situation. We have had drama, we have had incidents, we have had great racing, and we've had a clean sweep as well to boot to round off the weekend. A big thank you to all the teams, all the drivers, the mechanics, the families, Team MKG, the marshalling crew, the medical crew for being on standby, everyone behind the scenes from race control, timekeeping, clerk of the course organisation, stream, and so much more. And a big thank you to everyone that has been watching. We will see you very, very soon. Don't forget to keep an eye on our social medias on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We will keep you posted on things coming up, and entries will very soon be open for round 2. Until next time, thank you very much for joining us on the Easter Bank Holiday weekend. Enjoy the rest of your Easter Sunday, and we'll see you very soon. Thanks for watching. Goodbye. I'm meant to be here, standing, looking important.
Happy Easter!
Conehead walks past into the shot. Video bomb, there we go.